Space and Rocket Revue. Space and Rocket Revue, you two girls. Tell your friends. Space and Rocket Revue. All right. How you guys doing? How you guys doing? Are you ready for space news? You know what I realized? We turned the clocks back here this week in the US, and I went outside at like 5:15 and it is pitch black.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
and we
This is
we
space.
still got
I'm in
another
space.
2 months until the 21st. What is that? The winter solstice. The shortest day of the year. So that means it's gonna like get dark at like 3 in the afternoon, which is anyway. All right, so we got some cool stuff to talk to you about. I got some good stuff teed up. I got some good stuff. Let's start with the bandwagon mission, shall we? So SpaceX launched Bandwagon 4. SpaceX launched Bandwagon 4 over the weekend. This is a Falcon 9 launch. This is a rideshare mission. It launched out of Slick 40, Space Launch Complex 40 down at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So Bandwagon is just a bunch of satellites stacked on top of each other. That these satellites are lower inclination, so it's something that's kind of closer to the equator, which is why it's launching from the Cape. Compare that to the transporter missions, which launch out of Vandenberg. Right, bandwagon missions are for lower inclinations, right? So there was a ton of cool stuff on this mission, like some really particularly high profile stuff. So check this out. You guys know VAST. We kind of do a lot of space news about. We're doing a lot of space news about VAST lately. VAST is making commercial space station modules, right? What about the World Series? Are you happy? Yeah, I am. I feel bad for Toronto, but yeah. So VAST actually had a demo set on here to test out solar panels, and what we got is footage that we really don't see too often. Footage of solar panels deploying in space. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, how about that, huh? That's pretty neat. That's not something we see very often. It's a treat to see. How neat is that? How neat is that? That's pretty neat. It's pretty good, man. So, another payload. Would you just look at it? Another payload that was on the Bandwagon 4 mission. Well, here, let me show you. Was this guy right here. See that one? Listen to the name of this payload when they call for the deploy.
StarCloud 1, separation confirmed.
StarCloud.
Side 3, separation confirmed.
So, StarCloud 1. That right there is one of the first graphics cards ever launched into space. That's an NVIDIA H100 GPU on board that CubeSat. That's for NVIDIA's StarCloud project. Yes, NVIDIA. So the StarCloud, here, I'll show you. StarCloud is an experimental payload to test out data centers on orbit. It's basically a flying server rack with GPUs in it. And the H100 can run Crisis. So check this out. NVIDIA, this is the StarCloud page here. Just NVIDIA has this. They just have this. So StarCloud is a prototype for that. Building data centers in space. And Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, and Elon met in Star Factory a couple of weeks ago. They he met up there, and I was wondering what the NVIDIA CEO was doing at Starbase. Well, I think we have our answer. I'm worried about the heat rejection. Yeah, you are. They're not. They're clearly not, dude. So, you know.
Discovery.
Didn't we get mad about Starlink? Dude, I could take a dump in my own house and somebody could get mad about it nuclear. I'm not really concerned in this day and age. Someone's like, do you know how much water you use in every time you take a dump? 3 gallons. Oh boy, 3 gallons. The poor children. You know, like, oh yeah, you know, it's like that movie Predator, but you know, instead of killing people, you're crapping. How dare you take a dump in your own house? Ugh, turning my nose up at you. I take a dump in my backyard and use leaves to wipe my butt. Like, you know, whatever, dude. Whatever. Can it be used as a giant billboard? No, it's solar panels. Remember, chat, never wipe your butt with poison ivy.
Discovery.
EJ's top camping tip. Imagine if you have to flush it 2 times. Oh, no. Anyway, so, StarCloud. NVIDIA's looking to build data centers on orbit. They're looking to build data centers on orbit, which is pretty crazy. There's T, 24-month resub. Now, speaking of data centers and computing and whatnot on orbit, I figured this would be a good time to talk about this before we go and talk about Orion. Elon has been very vocal he was very vocal over the weekend. Now, I've been trying to find the right tweets here, but here, hold on. Yeah, here. Take a look at this. Read this. So this is the thread. Elon said SpaceX will lean in big on the moon. These are not tweets anymore. I think it's currently called excrements. Oh, dude, that's a good name. I like that. I know, well, Leon, it's pretty awesome. I think you could see it, Jam. Yeah, you wouldn't need a telescope or nothing. You'd see those things flying around, which is pretty rad. So SpaceX will lean in big on the moon. Sean Duffy has awoken a sleeping giant. This is from Grant. Grant is an ex-SpaceX engineer. Right? Elon said of Sean Duffy's awoken a sleeping giant. Of course not. Duffy understands nothing about how anything works. The importance of the moon for scaling AI did not occur to me until we did the scaling math on Earth to figure out what it would take to launch about a 1 terawatt a year of orbital AI. You don't want giant data centers in the sky, so don't worry about that. SpaceX is going to build giant data centers for quantum AI computing on the moon. Why cheaper on the moon? Well, now keep in mind this is a new thing, and I did not really. I'm not the best at this, but listen to this. So as long as the AI bubble doesn't pop, we're fine. Yeah, right. So think about this for a second. There are parts on the moon that are in perpetual darkness. Okay? The craters at the poles, perpetual darkness. You know that, I know that, everybody knows that. Of course we do, sir. Because there's a crater at the bottom of the moon. The way the moon goes, you're never going to see the sun. The sun will never shine into the crater. If you put data centers there, if you put them there in perpetual darkness, on the moon, you can use the moon as your heat sink. And you never have to worry about them getting hot. And then you have a server farm that's operating in a vacuum. What about power? What do you mean, what about power? How's the power going to get generated? You think if we... Drummer, if we can build a data center in the craters on the south pole of the moon, do you think power is going to be an issue? Seriously, you think power is going to be an issue? Dude on a bike, put a solar farm outside the crater. Yep. So SpaceX is now adjusting Starship. They're now adjusting Starship's stakeholder expectations to include a built-out lunar architecture on top of the Mars stuff that they're doing. I don't think people understand how big of a deal that is. Look, Starship could deliver 100 gigawatts a year to high Earth orbit within 4 to 5 years if we could solve the other parts of the equation. 100 terawatt a year is possible from a lunar base producing solar-powered AI satellites locally and accelerating them to escape velocity with a mass driver. You see what I'm saying? SpaceX is going ham on the moon, dude. And I have a theory. I have a theory that this all started because so my running theory could be wrong, could be right, who knows. My running theory is Sean Duffy reopened the HLS contract under the guise of some crazy competition. Sean Duffy is the interim acting NASA administrator. I think he did that, I'm going to grease the wheels of capitalism, blah, 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 blah. What that really is reneging on a contract that SpaceX already won. Remember how I told you that sets a really bad precedent? If you've seen another spacesuit, I said that's a really bad idea. You don't reopen a contract for competition in a competition that was already won. Okay? That would be like if you're a Formula One driver losing a championship 17 years ago, or 16 years ago, and then trying to sue F1 over it. What? What do you mean that happened? What do you mean that's happening? Yeah, that's kind of dumb, right? So, no, and what I think it did was I think it pissed off, obviously it pissed off Elon. He was very, very, he obviously is very straightforward. He does not like Sean Duffy and basically slam dunks on him whenever possible. Who the hell are you? What'd you do with EJ? Yeah, don't worry about it. Felipe Massa, sing. Yeah. Bro, over Crashgate. What do you do? Felipe, stop. Basta. Stop it. Anyway. What about connectivity, bandwidth, and latency? Starlinks would probably handle it, Scrod. I'm not sure. Keep in mind, this is Elon brainstorming. But I think that Sean Duffy opening that contract, I don't think it just pissed off Elon. I think it pissed off Gwen and the rest of SpaceX. Because SpaceX had a scathing freaking thing to say about, they had a scathing essay that they wrote on X, that they posted on X about how Jim Bridenstine is basically in lobbyists' pockets, and how opening up the HLS contract is basically bullcrap. They're like, yeah, everything this guy is saying is bullcrap. So I think whatever it did, it kicked the hive at SpaceX, and now they're mad. I seriously think that I do not think that Sean Duffy understands what he did. Now, I think Sean Duffy thinks, I'm going to grease I want competition. I'm going to reopen competition. Look, am I doing a good job? Is this a politics? I'm doing a good politics job. Bro, I'm fairly confident that you just pissed off SpaceX so much that they're going to make you look stupid. And I think they're going to make you look stupid by just having their own lunar program that is separate from Artemis. And Elon seems to be saying that exact thing. Did I do good, Daddy Orange Man? No, you have not. You pissed off my best friend. I might hate him at times, but I did. All right, I'm not going to do that. Anyway, so I think that SpaceX is just starting their own lunar program now. That, in fact, that's pretty much what it seems like. And they have several really,
Discovery,
really,
low and throttle up.
really, really good potential revenue streams set up here. Hey, Skydrift, what's going on? 67-month resub. Lasers. What else you got? Simply scaling up Starlink V3 satellites which have high-speed laser links would do this. There have been a lot of debate about the viability of data centers in space. There are a lot of hurdles, but they do seem more plausible if autonomous construction is a thing. Yep. So, I'm pretty sure that SpaceX is going ham on the moon, obviously for the potential revenue streams, computing, cloud storage, etc., data centers. But I think Elon and possibly Gwen want to do it because they're pissed at NASA for reneging on a contract. That's really, really not cool. Like, I've said it once, I'll say it again, guys. There will be repercussions for reneging on a contract. You know, Sean Duffy did that as the interim acting administrator, but that sets up a terrible precedent in the future. No one's going to want to do business with NASA if NASA can just pull the contract whenever they feel like it. No one's going to do business with you. No one's going to want to. Because how do they know if they don't? Because clearly them doing this is not necessarily showing favoritism towards SpaceX, but it definitely doesn't show favoritism towards SpaceX. That's for sure. You know what I mean? Like it's like SpaceX is clearly the closest viable pathway to the moon that we have if we keep going in that direction, right? If SpaceX kept going, they're obviously going to be the first lander. Nobody else is going to build anything human rated that gets us there even close to the schedule that SpaceX has, right? But clearly, like if anything, it doesn't show favoritism towards SpaceX. It shows favoritism towards people that aren't SpaceX, which is bad. Because that means that's selective enforcement of NASA contracts. That means if NASA doesn't like you, they'll just pull the contract. You know, or if somebody lobbies enough, they'll just pull the contract, which is an awful precedent to set. That's very bad. Please read last. Just to let you know, StarCloud is its own company. NVIDIA partnered with them. That's the plan. NVIDIA said they would help. StarCloud 2 goes up next year. Okay, good. And you sent me a Discord message saying that exact same thing. Could you do me a favor and not do that, Trey? That'd be awesome. I'm already dealing with like two chats here. I have enough there's enough bells and whistles going off here, man. Check the second page. No. Not yet. So, yeah, that I think SpaceX is not I think. This is the part that's true. SpaceX is basically building out their own lunar program with Starship. That is a huge deal. That's a huge deal. I'm pretty sure up until this point, it was just build HLS, use what you learn about HLS to build crew-rated starships, and then kind of go from there. But now it's leaning heavily into mass-produce HLS and use it with figure it into your existing Martian infrastructure that you're building out, like depot starships, etc., etc. Yeah. So that means that SpaceX is basically building out the original NSTS program now with Starship on top of what they're doing with Starship to Mars. I want people to sit here and think about this for a second. The original NSTS, the National Space Transportation System, the original NSTS program. Holy balls. Let me show you the original National Space Transportation System, okay? So, if Space Transportation System sounds familiar, that's the shuttle, all right? But the shuttle was only one part of a much bigger integrated program plan called the Space Transportation System, okay? What the Space Transportation System aimed to do is basically set up viable pathways between the surface and Earth utilizing reusable launch vehicles to lower costs. Now, the Space Transportation System involved 4 specific parts. 1, build a space shuttle. You got to build a reusable vehicle if you're going to reuse things, right? 2, build space tugs out. 3, utilize those space tugs, or actually, the second one was build space tugs and build out a space station. Now, SpaceX probably isn't going to do the space station part. I'll tell you why in a second. But the third part is build out tugs and use the tugs to get back to the moon. And the fourth part is build out nuclear shuttles, nuclear tugs to get you to and from the surface. And then you use that to go to Mars, right? Now, obviously, I don't think SpaceX is doing nuclear powered starships here, but setting up a viable transportation route to and from the moon. In this particular case, your space tugs and nuclear shuttles are Starship HLSs, guys. And then you have depot starships loitering around here and potentially depot starships loitering on the moon so you can go back and forth. SpaceX is building out the NSTS program, albeit with a couple of details changed. But that's the idea. SpaceX is also pursuing nuclear rating for Starship. Nuclear rating meaning that I don't think they want nuclear engines on Starship. I see people throw that around all the time. I think SpaceX wants nuclear reactors for power generation, which jives with what Elon is saying. You don't think SpaceX will make a LEO station out of one or more starships? No. No. Think about Starship like an airplane, dude. Think about it like an airplane. So you have refueling airplanes and you have cargo airplanes, and then you have passenger airplanes. Some of them can refuel if it's a military, right? Think about this for a second. SpaceX probably won't build anything that's designed to stay up there for a long period of time. That would be like the Air Force building an airplane that just stays up there indefinitely, like the Lockheed CL-1201 or the RB-36, the RB-36H, I think, the nuclear-powered bomber that can just stay up there indefinitely. I think that if you think about how Starship is supposed to be working, they don't consider space up there as like an outpost, all right? The outposts are on celestial bodies. So thinking about it like, not like the Space Shuttle, Space Station, Space Tug, but thinking about it more like C5, C-17, KC-135, right? C-130, KC-46, kind of a piece of junk. KC-10s, that's the idea, right? That's what they're trying to do. Also, shout out to the CL-1201. The NB-36H, not RB. Yeah, RB would be reconnaissance, excuse me. So, SpaceX is basically building out their own version of the National Space Transportation System. They're going to do what the shuttle did and then some, but better, which is a huge deal. That's a huge stakeholder expectations change with SpaceX, but this demonstrates the flexibility of the company to be able to pivot like this. You know, you go back a month ago, you ask me about HLS. I say HLS is flying once or twice, and then SpaceX is going to use what they learned from that to make ships to go to Mars. Now they're going to use it to establish a viable transportation system all the way to the surface of the moon and back. Starship AC-130. I don't know, man. And they're thinking of ways to bring those capabilities to market. Yes. It's something to use Starship for between Mars transfer windows. Bingo. That, guys, that, I cannot stress how much of a big deal that actually is. That is insane. It's so cool, dude. I'm so hype on this, man. And I think SpaceX has a bone to pick with Sean Duffy, and I think they have a bone to pick with NASA now, too. Personally, you want my honest opinion? I think they're going to try to do their own lunar mission. They're going to try to send people there. Their own mission. They're going to try to send people there, and they're going to do it. They're going to try to do it before Artemis because, like I said, man, pulling the HLS contract or reopening up the HLS contract under the guise of competition is not under the guise of competition. SpaceX already won that competition in April of 2021. They already won it. Opening it up is reneging on your contract award, which I think SpaceX finally said, nah, we're not doing that. Yeah, Venturino, I think it pissed off Gwen. I think she's pissed. I think everyone at SpaceX is pissed. You have every right. They have every right to be pissed. I think the main thing is the groundwork for industrialization of the moon. Yeah, everyone's pretty cool, dude. Pretty cool. Good afternoon. Who's pissed? Elon's pissed. Yes, SpaceX changed their Starship stakeholder expectations to basically, at this point, from what I can tell, it's basically build out the space transportation system program from the 70s, but using Starship. Basically utilizing Starship and HLS and Depot to establish a viable pathway to and from the moon. SpaceX is looking at capitalizing on this capability. They're looking at it by building data centers for quantum computing and AI research on parts of the moon that are in perpetual darkness, dude. And this is not like, oh, they might do that. That's what Elon said. That's what he said on X. I say, frick you, Duffy. I do it myself, dude. I think SpaceX has every intention of embarrassing NASA at this point, and I have no reason to believe otherwise. Yeah, it's pretty awesome, dude. It's pretty freaking cool. If Starship builds out a space transportation pathway to cislunar and back, oh. The Mars architecture is good, but that's everything I ever wanted, dude. That's everything I wanted the space shuttle to do, and then some. Last, what's up? Starfleet Academy, led by Isaacman. And I think NVIDIA, with their $5 trillion, would be more than happy to bankroll Elon accelerating it, dude. Yeah, that's a perfect storm, dude. Once again, I see what Sean Duffy was trying to do. He's trying to, get things going because the president said, I want to get people back by 2028. That's fine. I understand that. Reneging the HLS contract, not a good way to do that. I mean, we said that. I said that at the time. I'm like, that's a really bad idea. You should not do that. Does this position hurt Jared's ability to head NASA? No. DH, if you want my honest to God opinion, I think the president is siding with Elon. To be honest with you, I think he's siding with Elon. But Secretary Duffy is Sean Duffy is also a Secretary of Transportation, so you can't actually be like, no, you're an idiot, right? Like, yeah, Zonku, right? Do you think that that might be the beginning of the end for NASA? SpaceX does all that apart from the scientific mission. What is NASA worth? I have another blog post that I want to read to you guys about this, Lava. Lava, you've been here a long time, man. You've been here since midship. I remember. Have I not been saying this? NASA's incessant drive to commercialize everything under the guise of saving money is not fixing the problem. That is kicking the can down the road. Kicking the can down the road is eventually going to lead to NASA basically shriveling into nothing. Use the waste heat to extract water for other uses. There you go, Electrochew. Is that why he opened up nuclear testing? I don't know why he opened up nuclear testing, Blackness, but what I do know is that opening up nuclear testing means you're going to need more nuclear material. More nuclear material production. Yes, nuclear weapons are bad. They are a deterrent. All right? You don't want to use them. They're deterrence, all right? That deterrence is huge for national policy and keeping the peace and making sure we all don't go back to the Stone Age. I get it. I understand. With all that being said, reopening up nuclear weapons testing we're going to need more nuclear fuel made in the United States, and more nuclear fuel means more nuclear fuel for spacecraft. That's what that means. That's an inadvertent byproduct of that. That was a good time to bring that up. What if instead of his normal HLS architecture, they put tiles and flaps on it and we get shuttle-style visually starships? Well, the Starship refueling... The Starship refueling stuff that's already shuttled out, dude. But yeah, reusable HLS that comes back down would be pretty sick, man. So yeah, more nuclear material means more fissile material for RTGs, for spaceships. Potentially nuclear reactors. During the Apollo program, one of the ALSEP experiments was an RTG, the SNAP experiment. So yeah, fellas, that's not a bad thing. Just on a side note, are you going to bring up Project Athena? I do have it linked up. I do want to talk about it for sure. Now actually might be a good idea to do that. But yeah, SpaceX is basically opening up they're opening up their architecture for the moon, which is that's no joke, man. It is no joke. That's superbly cool. Now, what did you want me to see? Oh yeah, Jim is lobbying from the Artemis group. Yes, the Artemis group is yeah. Yeah, Jim's getting paid. That's pretty obvious. Where is this? Oh yeah. Also check this out, dude. What do you think? What do you guys think of this? I'm not the biggest tech guy around and I'm not exactly sure what this means, but my totally meaningless layman understanding of SpaceX, they're going to own the solar system. Pretty much, dude. How many of these projects you actually will think reach operational status? Out of what? HLS is already happening, Hellfish. That's already a thing. The level of refinement between nuclear fuel for engines and weapons is huge. Yeah, debatable. Debatable. So, check this out. Just finished the long AI5 design review with Tesla California and Texas chip engineers. It's going to be great. And AI6 and AI7 will follow in fast succession. AI8 will be out of this world. The AI8 might be the chip for orbital data center. Click the rock icon. It will explain. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'd prefer to think for myself and play off you guys. Not that Grok is bad. I'm not anti-AI or anything. I don't do that. AI4 is the current gen. AI5 is the chip in next-gen Tesla vehicles. 6 is supposed to unify their training computer and vehicle computer. Mason, it's biodigital jazz, man. Biodigital jazz, man. Dude, if orbital data centers become a thing, that's... I mean, think about it, guys. You take a Starlink satellite, put a little bit of data storage capability, and actually have the cloud in the clouds, above the clouds. But you get what I'm trying to say. That's pretty cool. Psycho! 24-month resub. Thank you very much. You let us go to use Starlink as a distributed AI data center. Genius, dude. It's so damn smart. Way above the clouds. It was a joke, but yes. By the way, didn't you suspect that that was what Project Kuiper was for? Yeah, I thought Kuiper was data centers on orbit, Lava Eagle, but Kuiper is not data centers on orbit. Project Kuiper is to be able to connect anyone to Amazon Web Services anywhere in the world. That's what it's for. That's what Kuiper is for. How's John Connor supposed to take out Skynet if it's in orbit? That's a good question, dude. Besides real estate, I don't understand the data centers in space thing. I mean, data centers need lots of cooling capacity and vacuum doesn't help that much. If you distributed it out over, like, cloud storage over the entire Starlink constellation, then your amount of extra heat generated is just a rounding error over, like, 6,000 satellites, dude. Think about it. Think about it for a second. They're using lasers. You basically have fiber optic connections between all satellites. Oh no! 64-month resub. Now we're cooking with fire. Or lasers. Whatever happened to data centers under the ocean? I don't know. Quincy Adams, it makes sense in my mind that they'd probably find it easier to launch them into space than put them at the bottom of the ocean, but that's just me. Do you think Duffy could use the FAA to slow SpaceX down? I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility, Jeff, but the one trump card here is, well, the president. President and he are friends. I am starting to think that the big man is in the White House doesn't really like Sean Duffy, but who knows? I don't know. Could be wrong. Don't want to talk about it. I'm not here to gossip about politicians. Okay. Better than fiber optic speeds. That's right. Yeah, it's just straight optical. It's not even fiber optical. It's just optical, right? If you're storing data on each Starlink satellite, and each Starlink satellite has just, I don't know, a little bit of data storage on it, you have 10,000 of them. The extra heat induced into each satellite is like I said, it's a rounding error. That's not that much more. No, JPET, they're not. They're not anymore. They're talking again, which is something interesting. The only thing I like about Sean Duffy is his first name. Nah, his first name's kind of Duffy. Or Doofy, excuse me. Ha ha. Okay. Hey, JPET, thanks for the sub, man. Doof, dang it! Special Officer Doofy reporting. I haven't seen that movie in a minute. Told you not to disturb me when I'm in the ATC. What? Sorry, that was strange. Anyway. So, yeah, man. This is SpaceX shifting their stakeholder expectations to go all in on the moon that's big. That's big, dude. That's big. All right, anyway. Speaking of Sean Duffy, let's see what we got here. So this is an article by Eric Berger that I want to talk to you guys about. What do we have here? Capitol Hill is still abuzz with talk of the Athena plan for NASA. The Athena plan lays out a blueprint for Isaacman's tenure at NASA. Okay, what's this about? So this one's by Eric Berger. This is over at Ars Technica. Let's see. In recent weeks, copy of an intriguing policy document have started to spread among space lobbyists on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. The document bears the title Athena. $10,000 nodes is nothing in data center terms. Yeah, noted. Turn the Polaris missions into a full-fledged space program. I think that is what just happened, Oradon. Yeah, that's a good way of saying that. And it purports to summarize the actions that private astronaut Jared Isaacman would have taken were his nomination to become NASA administrator confirmed. The 62-page plan is notable for both the ideas to remake NASA that it espouses as well as the manner in which it has been leaked to the space community. I don't understand this sentence, but all right, cool. After receiving a copy of this plan from an industry official, I spoke with multiple sources over the weekend to understand what is happening. Based upon this reporting, there are clearly multiple layers to the story, which I want to unpack. In the big picture, this leak appears to be part of a campaign by interim administrator Sean Duffy to either hold on to the high-profile job or, at the very least, prejudice the renomination of Isaacman to lead the space agency. Additionally, it is also being spread by legacy aerospace contractors who seek to protect their interest from the Trump administration's goal of controlling spending and leaning into commercial space. The Athena plan's origin. The leaked document is 62 pages long, and according to sources, represents a pared down version of a more comprehensive Athena plan devised by Isaacman and his advisors in early 2025 after President Trump nominated him to become NASA administrator. The Athena plan lays out a blueprint for Isaacman's tenure at NASA, seeking to return the space agency to achieving the near impossible, focusing on leading the world in human space exploration, igniting the space economy, and becoming a force multiplier for science. That isn't anything we haven't heard from Jared himself. So, hey Zaldafax, 47-month resub.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Isaacman's nomination was pulled in late May, largely for political reasons. Trump then appointed his Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, to oversee NASA on an interim basis as in early July. As a courtesy, in August, Isaacman's team edited a shorter version of the plan down to 62 pages to give a copy to Duffy and his Chief of Staff, Pete Meacham. The paragraph doesn't make much sense. Yeah, this is a little... Whatever, let's just read it. According to sources, these were the only copies of the pared-down Athena plan distributed, so the initial leak either came from Duffy, Meacham, or someone acting on their behalf several weeks ago. Since then, the document has been percolating among space lobbyists and policy officials. In recent days, it has also been leaked to several reporters via multiple channels. I wonder which reporters that could be.
Discovery, go at
Two
throttle up.
sources indicated that Duffy shared the plan with traditional space contractors as part of an effort to build support for his remaining time at NASA, perhaps permanently as administrator. Duffy has sought to hold on to the job even as Trump has begun to reconsider his decision on Isaacman, and the president appeared to be moving towards renominating the private astronaut and billionaire to lead the space agency. Unhappy in Alabama! Pray for Mary! Thank you very much. After they received a copy of the Athena plan, the Alabama delegation, which represents Marshall Space Flight Center and strongly favors the continuation of the space launch system, generally came to favor for Duffy's candidacy. They, along with traditional space contractors and Duffy himself, have been suggesting that renominating Isaacman would be a giveaway to SpaceX. Talking points that accompany the leaked document cherry-picked lines from the plan.
Go at throttle up.
For example, there's a suggestion in the plan to evaluate the effectiveness of the Pleiades supercomputer at NASA Ames, which was built in 2008 and upgraded in 2016, currently ranks as the 218th most powerful supercomputer in the world. This is being to evaluate the effectiveness. This is being interpreted by Isaac's critics as a call to shut down Ames. Hey, Valkyrie. There are similar instances in which assertions are made about what the plan says. Isaacman wants to end NASA's astronaut program or close the Glenn Research Center, which are actually not borne out in the document. Rather, a careful reading indicates that Isaacman wanted to take a hard look at what NASA has been doing in recent years, how it's spending money, and whether it is seeing returns on this investment. With Athena, Isaacman would attempt to lean into the entire commercial space industry as a means to further stretch public money and maintain an advantage over competitors in space. This certainly would threaten traditional space contractors who are now leaking the document. What does this all mean? The leaks of the plan underscore the extent to which Duffy is battling to keep his job. Politically connected sources have said he wants to remain in the interim position at least through the Artemis II mission next year, which will put NASA squarely in the limelight, and if all goes well, reflect well upon the agency's leadership. In recent weeks, Duffy has been building ties with the space industry, trying to paint Isaacman as someone who would come in and force big changes on NASA and its traditional space contractors. There is also an effort to paint Isaacman as a stooge of Elon Musk and his company SpaceX. However, the Athena plan read in full does not seem to support the conclusion that Isaacman has a pro-SpaceX bias. Instead, Isaacman seems equally bullish on Blue Origin. It's so funny that they frame it as a pro SpaceX bias. Yeah, do you know why you're biased towards space? Do you know why people are biased towards SpaceX? You know why? Might have something to do with this picture right here. Maybe that picture over there. Maybe this one on the far right. Maybe, I don't know, Falcon 9 launching more times this year than the entire space shuttle program's 40-year tenure. Probably has something to do with it. Just saying. It's probably has something to do with it, and I'm just putting it out there. You know, in this business, in this space flight and launching business thing, you actually have to do those things. You have to launch things and fly them in space. Something that, you know, the guy, you know, SpaceX is like, I'm the guy who does his job. You must be the other guy. Oh, who the frick are you? I'm the guy who does his job. You must be the other guy. Okay, yeah, anyway. Ironically, the plan reflects the priorities of the Trump administration for human space exploration. Told you. Did you? So a lot of people, guys, listen to this. And, you know, did you hear what that sentence said? Ironically, the plan reflects the priorities of the Trump administration for human space exploration. I said this. Said this when Isaacman was nominated. And everybody's like, oh my gosh, there's sweeping budget cuts at NASA. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Isaacman surely doesn't want to do that. They wouldn't have made this plan or anything like that. Isaacman wouldn't have rolled out his plan like this if it wasn't in line with the presidential budget request. Nice haircut. Thanks, Noswolf. And a lot of people said, no, EJ, no. Rook wouldn't do that. Oh, yeah? Oh, that's weird. The Athena plan seeks to transition away from cost-plus contracts for the Space Launch System rocket and Orion while looking at repurposing elements of the Gateway for a nuclear-powered tug vehicle. Oh. No, but that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that the president would have... The budget request reflects what they were going to basically refactor at NASA. I don't think he's... That's not what I'm suggesting at all, that Isaacman has a hand tied behind his back. I'm saying they're in cahoots. And whether you want to hear that or not, is I don't really care. Like, that's what... I'm just telling you what happened. You know, people may not have liked it, but that presidential budget request that basically reduced NASA's spending by $6 billion is in line with what Rook would have done had he been nominated, guys. Like, people said I was crazy for saying that, but... Just saying. This stands in contrast to the recent discussions Duffy has had with industry, in which he has expressed a willingness to maintain the status quo. And this is what I'm talking about, man. See, Eric kind of came to the same conclusion there. And like I said, you can say whatever you want. Some of the conclusions that Eric Berger has, I disagree with. But, you know, his sources are concrete, man. You can't, no one can argue that at this point. So I have to believe what he's saying here is right. And if that's the case, guys, guess what, man? The president's going to go with Elon and Jared. And see what I mean about him being at odds with Sean Duffy? See what I'm saying? It's crazy. I've been watching your streams and sub you since I was 17. I'm 23 now. Love what you do. Thanks, Skydrift. The midterms are coming. They are. That's right, Spoiled. That's right. That's right, man. And once again, I'm not trying to gossip about politicians here, dude, but the president renominates Isaacman and gets rid of Duffy. That whole SpaceX going to the moon thing, that might happen a lot faster than we think. Nuclear tug OP, I hope that gets to space. But yeah, Jack, my thing is that Rook Rook, and I disagree with him on this. You know, that's fine. I don't hate the man. He likes nuclear electric propulsion. NEP is cool, but nuclear electric propulsion is not going to get us anywhere near Mars anytime soon. Nuclear thermal could, but Rook doesn't. Jared Isaacman doesn't like nuclear thermal. I don't know why. He says it's a dead end technology, and I'm like, but I don't understand that one, but all right. Now let's go nuclear saltwater. Sure. Nuclear electric is good for deep space missions, for sure, but I don't think for a human spaceflight, I don't think nuclear electric is going to get you sustainably anywhere. It's good for deep space probes, and that's about it. I don't like roulette, but did you see what the vice president did on Halloween? No. You know what, Baron? I didn't see that at all. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you mean. What are the odds that Trump nominates a new Secretary of Transportation? Can't speak to it, spoiled. I have no idea. That is not my ballpark, dude. That's not my ballpark, man. Just remember, chat, you gotta say please. Say please. Come drink Mountain Dew with me. Anyway. My ballpark's Fenway Park. And the Red Sox aren't doing much right now. They're in Cancun on vacation. Also, my condolences to Toronto fans. The Blue Jays did a Maple Leafs, didn't they? I guess all I can say is, sorry, bud. Oh, that sucks. That's terrible, man. Yeah, that's right, Panther. That's true. They did fight until the end. That was probably one of the best World Series games I've ever seen in my life. It's really good. That was a really good game. It sucks. The worst part about that is that somebody had to lose it. When do you think Jared will get in? I don't know, Trey. Speaking of the weekend, did you see any of the cutting torches ripping through the OLM? Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Not sorry, bud. Oh, that's terrible, man. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Look at the bright side. The Yankees lose. Yes. Anyway, Rook has something to say on the current subject matter. I don't want to pivot us to baseball just yet. He says, I'm really liking the energy and focus on the moon, especially any endeavor that could unlock an orbital or lunar economy. We are never going to have the future we dream of with numerous space stations and lots of people working and traveling in space if it all depends exclusively on taxpayer funding. Yes. Yes. I know the near term won't be easy, especially with the shutdown impacting so many across NASA and the government, but we are living in an incredible time. Multiple launch providers driving reusability to lower cost to orbit, important development programs like on-orbit refueling to extend reach, and private capital betting on everything from pharmaceutical formulations to asteroid mining and orbital computing. Once we crack the economic code, we will have the answer and funding as to why we need lots of people living and working in space. That's my favorite part, Meat Snack, but you don't. We don't need to talk about that here. Here you go. Just put it on your head. All right. Okay. All right, man. Yeah, Ari, Jared's pretty dang cool. That's fine. Black Moon Devil, what are you talking about? Why do you always come in here and talk about stuff that has nothing to do with what I'm saying? You know how annoying that is? What are you even talking? What are you saying? What is this? Stop reading science from Twitter or X, whatever it is. I dream of Native Americans still angry. Average tenure versus business plan for NASA. What are you talking about? What are you talking? None of this makes any sense. Please keep the chat on topic as best as you can, okay? It applies to Jared's plan. You can't just say a random sentence like, I have to change my pants right now. And then when I say that has nothing to do with anything, you say, no, it's applicable. No, your pants have nothing to do with it. Stop it. Stop doing that. Also, make sure you change your pants every day. What is this, Baron? Ontario will miss its 2025 rural broadband goal, pushing it to mid-2028. This is due to Doug Ford scrapping the $100 million Starlink contract back in March and paying an undisclosed break fee. There are no viable alternatives, and the $4 billion program targeting 700,000 households remains active. You really stuck it to him, didn't you? Okay. Yeah, Baron, that's lovely. I'm sure he's really proud of himself. I'm sure he's really proud of himself. Sure. Anyway. Okay. So, one more bit of news here, and then I want to tell you guys, I want to read a blog post that was done by an ex-NASA engineer named Casey Hanmer. I want you guys to read this, and you might want to go get a snack, 'cause it's a long one, but I assure you it's worth it. So, a little bit of space news here. Space Force Weather Squadron in Cape Canaveral predicts a 95% chance of acceptable conditions for ULA Viasat 3F2 on Wednesday, 10:24 p.m. Eastern. So we got another Atlas V stacked in the VIF, ready to go for a launch on Wednesday night. Should be pretty good. Should be pretty good. Okay. You know what? I'm going to show the rest of these RGV pictures. They're working on the Giga Bay. We got 3 tower cranes up at the Giga Bay at Boca Chica. And that orbital launch mount, once again, this picture's coming from RGV Aerial. Here, let me go on the other side so you can see the logo. That thing is looking pretty finished. I don't want to rain on anybody's party, but I'm still hearing that November 9th with a backup date of November 11th for the launch of Escapade on New Glenn. I would not make travel plans for November 7th. Oh, interesting. I think Blue launch is yeah, we got Blue with Escapade. The Escapade payload is encapsulated in preparation for the second New Glenn launch, which should be this sometime this week, maybe next week. Anyway, it did do a test of the deck an hour ago, and they have been moving the booster quick disconnects back and forth. I've seen it. And also, work continues on dismantling the OLM. Likely the 7th. Get all this off the screen. So it's probably it's scheduled for the 7th, but yeah, we'll see. See that flame trench in action, it's going to be nutty. Peter, that is going to be Saturn V vibes all day, dude. That's gonna look insane. It's gonna look insane. Absolutely bananas. Before we dive into Orion direct-to-sell news, please check MDA space stock on the 29th when the news dropped. Globestar said to draw SpaceX interest in sales process. Oh. Yeah. Is there a splitter in the middle? Yes. There's a flame bucket in there. A flame bucket hip is a pad deluge system that is shaped like a flame diverter. That's what I call a flame bucket. A diverter is just a wedge, right? That thing has the pad deluge system built into the flame diverter, which makes it a flame bucket, like the ones that you see at Stennis. What's the major changes to the new pad? Quite actually everything, Zizep. There's not one one common component with the other pad. Seriously. This one is designed to launch Block 3 boosters. It is nothing like the donut. The donut might as well be a different rocket. I'm not even kidding. That is a completely different design, dude. Right down to the umbilicals. Totally different design. Like zero interchangeable parts. I call it a flame bouquet, the fancy pronunciation. Yes. Make sure that you have your pinky out when you see the flame bouquet. Yes. Activist, yes. Just joining, so I'm sorry if this already asked. Does the top of the flame bucket look off-center to the mount? No. That's just perspective, dude. See last. I did. FDA got the contract to build satellites for the Globestar constellation that's sponsored by Apple. Apparently, Apple is selling the licenses to SpaceX, and MDA is getting shafted for $2 billion. Yeah, Baron, that goes back to what I'm saying. It's very interesting that Sean Duffy would look at like Isaacman's plan and say it has a pro SpaceX bias. That's an awfully weird way of saying they actually do things and you don't. That's a very weird way of saying that. And it's also very strange to apparently see billion-dollar Fortune 500 companies apparently, like advocating for some type of, equity and inclusion when it comes to launching things into space. That's very strange to me. Does this seem weird to anybody else? I mean, we're looking down on Wayne's basement. Only that's not Wayne's basement. Isn't that weird? How do you manage to deal with so much chat? I read, and I can read very fast. That's why I don't like it when people don't say stuff that's pertinent to subject matter, Pigeon. Because it's tough enough to keep up with two chats that are going at not at light speed, but that are going pretty fast on a subject that has to do with rocket science. That's why I get all peeved when people are saying like, ha ha ha, banana. Stop. Please do it. Please stop doing that. Like Hip, I saw a bird today. Thank you. That's great. You said there's been a similar launch mount before. Could you show that? A similar launch mount? No. Dean, this is going to look like Saturn V on the ML when it launches. So if we go Saturn V launch, right? If we get a side view of the launch, the way the Saturn V flame diverters worked, it had a split diverter like this. So it would have shot out the sides like that. See the flames coming out both sides? That I didn't mean that that's, if Saturn V's are similar. I didn't mean that the mount is similar. I meant that the visual is going to look the same because of a similar style of flame bucket in diverter. See the double flames out the sides? Don't worry about it, Jeff. It's fine. Is there a video of the test of the mount? I've just seen it through random posts I think it's NSF. I think NSF Actual. I think Chris has been posting stuff about it. I saw it on my feed. Actually, hold on. There is footage from the Apollo 11 documentary. Hold on. All right, hold on. So check this out. There's a CNN documentary by CNN Film Statement Pictures documentary, and they took 70 millimeter footage that they shot during the Apollo program and digitally remastered it. Look at the quality of this. Not that. That's Todd Douglas Miller. But in one of these shots of the Saturn V launching, there is a picture. Dude, look. Yeah, I saw this in IMAX as well. Look at how clear that picture is. That's actual film. That is not that's not CG. That's not a it's a remastered shot. It's not a new render. That is film from the Apollo program. This is film from 1969. So a production company was shooting this. They wanted to make a movie, a documentary about Apollo, right? And they shot all this footage in 70 millimeter in the 60s. 70 millimeter is what IMAX is in, guys. That's really, really... Now, you can't really convert film diameter or film width to, like, resolution. It doesn't really work that way. I mean, you can. This is probably the equivalent of, like, 4 to 8K, somewhere in there. There's a picture in here somewhere of the Saturn, or some footage of the Saturn V going, and it is nuts. Oh, look at all the steel. Oh, man, I love those. Yeah, it's really, really high-res stuff. I'm trying to find the... Yeah, here it is. Here, look at some of this footage, man. The film for this was scanned at 16K. Large format film is insane. Oh, even better, dude. Look at that. Look at that picture. Look at that picture of the CT. That looks like it was filmed yesterday. Until you see that there's a deuce-and-a-half fire truck. No, don't play the sound. It'll get claimed. Dude, it's so clean. Oh my word. Look at that thing. That's where SpaceX's HIF is right there. Where's the shot of it going, dude? No, it's not that one. Let's try this. I'm trying to get the diverter shot. I can find it here. It's the trailer. That's what it is. The trailer has the shot. I know it does. No, that's not it. Neon. This is it right here. Watch this. Of course, S, yeah. Mm-hmm. Crawler's a marvel of engineering. Built by the Marion Power Shovel Company. Marion, Ohio. It's just the Apollo 11 documentary from CNN Films and Neon. That's what it is. It's this next shot. Watch. That shot. Oh, that's gonna be so sick. Oh, it's gonna be so good, dude. You know, Jack and pretty much everyone is gonna set up cameras to get this shot. Absolute cinema. Dabbledog, Union Film Editor here. There's never been any pro agreement on what the K equivalent is for the 65mm negative. Some say 8K. Some say a lot more. Bottom line, beautiful. Yeah, Dabbledog, that's what I was taught when I was in school. We did do a film class in college. I did do a film class because 3D rendering utilizes cameras, and the cameras that are in like Maya and stuff are basically, they have the same components as a regular camera. So I know film. Like, I can speak camera, if that makes any sense. And they taught us about 70mm film and stuff. It doesn't really translate. Like, it kind of does, but it kind of doesn't, but it kind of doesn't. It kind of does, though. You know what I mean? But yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's right, dude. Dude, look at that shot with Starship with a double diverter going out each side is going to be legendary. It's going to be, dude. And that's something that's happening sooner rather than later. It's going to do that sweet split flame diverter, then it's going to catch itself there. Yep. Check out Cosmic Perspectives. Cosmic Perspectives, awesome, dude. I know those guys. I met those guys when I went down to Flight 7 and Flight 8, Archie. Those Cosmic Perspectives, cool. They're good people. That's ONC, man. You know what? Sorry, before we do the Orion, before I read that Orion post, I need to do something. It's important, okay?
We have been given the scientific knowledge, the technical ability, and the materials to pursue the exploration of the universe.
To ignore these great resources would be a corruption of a God-given ability. Headphone users, this gets loud. Headphone users. Headphone users.
5, 4,
You've been warned.
3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Yeah, you don't like it? What's wrong with it?
Discovery, go
It's
and throttle up.
tall, it's got huge nozzles. They said you couldn't launch a rocket to the moon, but I did it anyway. First one vibrated to pieces, so I launched a second one. That also vibrated to pieces, so I launched a third one with people on it. That one went up. The fourth one landed on the moon. Anyway, sorry. What was that one with Von Braun at the start? Was that the one with Von Braun at the start? Yes. We have been given the scientific knowledge, the technical ability, and the materials to pursue the exploration of the universe. To ignore these great resources would be a corruption of a God-given ability. Dude, the car rev during that last part. You hear that? That was mint. We need another Von Braun? Bro, we have something like Von Braun. We have better, dude. We have Gwen Shotwell, man. She's pretty good. Just saying, she's pretty good. You know, you got Gwen Shotwell, we got Elon, Bill Gerstenmaier. Who else you want? We have a cornucopia of freaking Von Brauns nowadays, dude. Consider Tom Mueller. Another fantastic propulsion engineer. Andy Labsa, CEO of Stoke. Bro, we have like 10 Von Brauns, dude. We have Dr. Serpukin. Yes, very nice. Dr. Serpukin is a very good man. I like him a lot. I wish he would be a good person to run NASA. That'd be great. Did you see that Elon hinted at Tesla developing a flying car on Joe Rogan? Yeah. Yeah, I haven't watched that whole thing, so I'll have to watch it sometime. Yeah, Ethereal, we're not repeating that. I get the joke, though. You want Kimi Räikkönen in charge of NASA? Yes. Yes. Kimi would get so sick of the nonsense, he would end up cursing somebody out, and it'd be great. It'd be glorious. What do you mean you haven't launched the rocket? Why haven't you launched the rocket? What are you doing? You know, it'd be pretty funny, man.
Go and throttle up.
A Dark Silver Space 5-month resub. All right. Shall we read this blog post? You guys are gonna like this. This is or not. You get pissed off and go to his yacht, yeah, right? Kimmy after this said, Kimmy, how do you feel that you've successfully overseen NASA to land back on the moon? Well, very happy for the team that we land people on the moon. It was very nice. It was very nice. What do you think? What do you think? Do you think that this is going to have global implications on who can go to space and who can't go to the moon? No. No. He'd missed the launch because he was having... Yeah, man, you gotta... Hey, when nature calls, That's too many words for Kimmy, yeah. Yeah. All right, so, check this out. Thanks for the bits, Gaw. All right, Farm had a 14-month resub, and I don't think I heard it because of the Saturn V launch, but either way, thanks, man. How do Kimmy Antonelli? I haven't followed F1 enough to know what Kimmy Antonelli sounds like. Is that bad? Steering wheel! Gloves on steering wheel! All right, so this is a blog from an ex-NASA and JPL engineer named Casey Hanmer, guys. It's about the Orion capsule. It is titled, NASA's Orion space capsule is flaming garbage. Tell us how you really feel. All right, so I've read a good deal of this, guys. I want to read it to you. I want to get the word out on it. It's a pretty good blog post. So consider this the audio book, I guess. For many years, readers have asked me a simple question. Casey, why do you hate the SLS so much? Don't you also hate Orion? Zombie 1413 sub. I wonder what this person's position is. He worked at JPL and NASA. Just listen. Don't you also hate Orion? Yes, I do. But life is finite, and my heart is mostly filled with love. So I held off in the hope that either someone else would step forward and deliver a blistering tirade, or perhaps Orion would finally succumb to the magnitude of its contradictions and die a mostly peaceful death, unlike the astronauts who are fated to roll the dice in this thing this year. I mean, next year. Well, at any rate, probably before they die of natural causes in old age. Okay. Here's a brief summary of the previous posts on the SLS and Orion program. Prior to this point, I've reserved most of my critique for SLS. And for new readers of this blog, you'll find that 98% of my writing is technical, positive, and I hope interesting. Forgot a comma right there. But someone has to write a pointed critique every now and then. February 24th, 2021. During the opening days of the Biden administration, I wrote, SLS, is cancellation too good? No, it's not. This post made quite a splash. Numerous insiders reached out to confirm and elaborate parts of the story. The ongoing failure of the program is hard to disguise, after all. I have it on good authority that the post was read by NASA center directors and within the White House, but I will not be more specific on this front. October 2nd, 2024. SLS has still not been canceled, so I wrote an update elaborating on the intervening 4 years of failure and of failure, waste, and editorializing on the contagion afflicting NASA's technical integrity, a problem that Orion also contributes to as a result of the futility of the program. SLS is still a national disgrace. Oh, yeah. Certainly very candid in his blog post titles. My blog's readership having swelled considerably in the intervening years, this post also did the rounds. Hey, thanks, Rob. January 17th, 2025. During the last years of the Biden administration, I wrote a post on organizing failure modes that afflict high contentiousness organizations and christened it Ditmore's Law, after the shuttle flight director whose fateful call sealed the fate of 7 astronauts on STS-51L. Or no, the Columbia disaster. That's STS-107. Nice. By June 12th, 2025, with Jared Isaacman's nomination to NASA director stalled and China's lunar program accelerating towards a human landing in late 2029, just 1,400 days away at the time of writing this, I wrote, NASA is worth saving, to present the affirmative case on the fate of NASA, even as many previous champions seem to have lost either faith or hope. The venerable organization, founded in 1958 to uphold the mantle of freedom in the space domain and demonstrate the superiority of American technology over Soviet, is literally crumbling before our eyes. A series of acute stressors under the Trump administration is revealing the depth of chronic issues that have festered for decades. I am far from certain that NASA can regain anything like the vigor necessary to respond decisively to the Chinese threat, but I am determined that the free people of Earth not live under a red moon for the rest of eternity. Finally, the usual caveats apply. I used to work for NASA. I was treated decently enough. I represent my own opinions as of today. My purpose here is to entertain, inform, and motivate. Lockheed isn't Boeing, but even so, I am not and never been suicidal. I am not and never have been suicidal. I have 3 soon-to-be 4 children, and I intend to live a long and productive life. I provide no warranty that my calculations can be relied on for the safe navigation of human-occupied spacecraft in deep space. But in general, I'm pretty good at math. As you will see, this post is generally not a personal critique of individuals who may have spent a good part of their entire career working on this. Though in my experience, very few people who are working on it actually believe the program and mission is as good as the paycheck they can cash every 2 weeks. Some disambiguation and a bit of history. By Orion, I am referring to the Orion capsule, currently being developed by Lockheed Martin for the Artemis program. It has been in development since 2006, originally begun under the presidency of George W. Bush as the crew exploration vehicle for the Constellation program. Literally, my entire adult life. Yeah, mine too, dude. Duke Nukem Forever took only 14 years. You can make a whole new fully qualified engineer from conception to graduation in less time. One of my challenges in writing this piece is that the program is so old, a lot of the primary sources are now affected by link rot, and I have to resort to using Internet Archive snapshots. No, Home Planet, I didn't. Holy hair, Batman. Doesn't have a hat. Yeah, there you go. Oh, Rob, no, I already read that. Never mind. Orion can also refer to a nuclear bomb-powered spacecraft proposed by Freemason Dyson and an orbital debris sweeping space laser. While neither of these projects has ever been built or operated, neither has also consumed more than $30 billion. Speaking of which, this is as good a place of any to dive in. Orion is absurdly expensive to build and operate. Freemason Dyson. Yeah, that's good. I like Casey. Casey's a good dude. I've never met him, though. But yeah, that's pretty funny. According to Wikipedia, the Orion program has already burned through over $30 billion. In nominal dollars, this is equivalent to $31.4 billion in 2025 dollars using the NASA New Start inflation indices. Ooh. For your reference, by expense alone, SpaceX would have shipped Crew Dragon by 2008, before Obama was elected. Going by schedule, even Boeing's irredeemably broken Starliner would have flown by 2018. Note that the majority of missions come after peak funding. That is in line with NASA systems engineering. Note the perils of flat funding something. Look at that. Look at Orion. 2 flights, uncrewed, after 19 years. Look at Apollo. Look at the Apollo program's budget towards the later flights. The K missions. So the Apollo 15, 16, 17, they were doing that on shoestrings, man. Because the development of the vehicle had already been tanked. You already tanked the development. If you kept flying it, the budget could stay flat funded like over here somewhere and you'd be fine. Could have probably ended up making it cheaper than the space shuttle, even in an expendable capacity, if you really wanted to know. This chart shows inflation adjusted budget and schedule for 6 U.S. capsules, along with uncrewed and crew flight timing. It's pretty clear which of the modern capsules have achieved the perfect market fit. Note that Dragon's funding is very similar to Apollo, meaning that you get the majority of flights past peak funding. Which is, once again, right in line with NASA systems engineering. That's correct. Crew Dragon's first flight was in 2020. Artemis 2 will attempt to repeat the Apollo 8 mission of 1968, a flight around the moon and splashdown on Earth. Correction, Apollo 8 orbited the moon 10 times, something Apollo will never be able to do. But if all we want to do is fly around the moon and back and have a lightly modified Crew Dragon on But if all we wanted to do is fly around the moon and back, a lightly modified Crew Dragon on Falcon Heavy could have done this at any point since 2020. We could do it today or tomorrow. It wouldn't mean very much in the context of the ongoing Chinese land rush, but it could be executed for well under $500 million if SpaceX was cooperative, roughly equivalent to a single month of burn on the SLS and Orion programs. That is, for the same budget, we could fly a crew around the moon every month indefinitely. In fact, according to NASA's Office of Investigator General, Orion's additional marginal cost for launch is $1 billion. I'm not even sure you could find $1 billion worth of things to do and spend on a relatively small capsule. What is it made of? Pure gold? The Navy, for example, even in its modern and bloated state, can manage the build of a fast attack nuclear submarine for just the marginal cost of the Orion capsule. The Navy, for example, even in its modern and bloated state, can manage the build of a fast attack nuclear submarine for just the marginal launch cost of the Orion capsule. That's what happens when you don't have a plan, dudes. That's what happens. Orion's problem, in my personal opinion, we'll read more, and I might be wrong. My biggest thing with Orion is it has no job. It has nothing to do. Even now, on the books, you have maybe 5 flights of Orion, maybe. So Artemis 1, and then Artemis 2, Artemis 3, Artemis 4, Artemis 5, and Artemis 6. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's all she wrote. It's not funded past that. But it's been in a holding pattern because the rocket that it's meant to fly on has taken a very long time to produce. Also being flat funded. It's basically a nightmare scenario, dude. How did Orion survive without either of the rockets it was supposed to be flying on originally? Well, Norman Augustine, who is an ex-Lockheed CEO, oversaw a committee called the Augustine Commission, the second Augustine Commission. Don't worry, the first one killed Space Station Freedom in the late 80s. So, good for him. This Augustine Commission, though, is responsible for the Constellation program getting canceled. But, somehow they thought, Orion, yeah, keep Orion around. That's fine. It's a Lockheed project, and Norman Augustine, the guy that chaired the board, is an ex-CEO of Lockheed Martin. Sure, that's fine. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure that's okay. Yep. A Dragon plus Falcon Heavy stunt is probably superfluous as SpaceX is focused on the human landing system via Starship. In addition to Falcon Heavy, Vulcan or New Glenn would be also capable of a similar mission. In other words, Artemis 1 was a decade plus overdue. Artemis 1 was a decade plus overdue unmanned test of an obsolete capsule that still managed to cost over $5 billion and generated enough adverse data that it's going to take 4 years to even get the next $5 billion test flight. For that time and money, any number of hungry new space companies or even foreign space programs could develop an entirely new capsule and rocket from scratch. To recap, Orion, which has flown in flight configuration, except for the parts of the life support system, which would be tested for the first time on Artemis 2 with 4 astronauts in deep space for a week, exactly one time in 2022. Has taken 4 times longer and cost 6 times more to develop than Crew Dragon. This is not a directly fair comparison, since Crew Dragon is already a seasoned operational vehicle with a functional heat shield that is delivered well within mass margins, but we do our best. Crew Dragon's also not designed for deep space, Casey. Hold on a second here. Yeah, Orion's a deep space capsule. That's a different ball game, dude. But a Flight 3 Arleigh... So what is that? 123? A Flight 3 Arleigh Burke class destroyer is approximately $2.5 billion per ship, and the Orion capsule costs $22 to $26 billion to develop into 2020. Yeah. The irony of Orion's decades of profligacy? Profligacy? I don't know that word. It's very rare that I don't know that word. Anyway, is that the recent news has been full of Acting Administrator Secretary Duffy's complaints that the Human Landing System program has been progressing too slowly. Unlike SLS and Orion, which might one day manage to repeat a mission we flew almost 60 years ago, and which commercial providers could do for 1% of the cost this year, the HLS program is doing the hard part, actually landing on the moon and then flying back with less than $3 billion and has been active in development only since 2021. Profligacy is the habit of spending money or using resources recklessly. Oh, all right. Today I learned. At one time or another, Boeing and Lockheed seem to have hired every former senior NASA official who's still alive and who is for sale to try and sell Congress and the public on their version of reality. That's a good sentence. I like that. SpaceX has gotten more than $3 billion. For HLS Cirrus, to my knowledge, it's $2.7 billion to this point. The whole contract's for 2.9 with a bonus if you complete it. Fact check me, dude, if you want. Telling your story is important, but it helps to have an actual story to point to, not just the ashes of $100 billion of private money in a system that's still too dangerous or slow to ever use. Last month, the New York Times ran a piece blaming SpaceX for losing the race back to the moon. I wrote, in response to this, it's absolutely insane that this New York Times article would quote Doug Lavero saying, I was not firm enough in pushing what I should have pushed, when in fact the reason he abruptly left NASA in May of 2020 after just 6 months on the job was that he was caught providing illicit inside advice to Boeing regarding the Human Landing System contract during the blackout period, despite which Boeing's entry was so poor it was withdrawn. How much harder could he have pushed? Yeah. Doug Lavero got caught by the I think it was the Department of Justice violating several conflict of interest laws. Yeah, he didn't last very long. It gets even crazier. The article also quotes Douglas Cook, who oversaw the Exploration Systems Mission Directorate at NASA from January 2004 until September of 2011, and who is thus directly responsible for Constellation's abject failure, cancellation, and the debacle of the Ares 1X rocket and the origins of the SLS program, who as recently as of late 2021 was still advocating for a return to the Constellation architecture. I don't think it's entirely his fault. Exploration Systems Mission Directorate guy doesn't control NASA's funding, guys. Let's be very clear about this. The reason why Constellation underperformed and was canceled is because it wasn't funded. Look, in 2008, they underfunded Constellation. They did it again in 2009. We're talking to the point where NASA was scaling up to get $5 to $10 billion, and they got 2, maybe 3. That funding up there for the CEV funding says this exact thing. Look here, check this out, dudes. Go back up here and look at. Oh, of course, it highlighted the whole damn thing. Go up here and look. Look at Orion's funding. Look again. All right, funding was ramping up to develop the CEV, and look, it went down in 2010. And then was canceled. I'll give you a hint. Ares 1X's funding does the exact same thing. 2008, 2009, you underfunded, meaning they requested $2 billion or $3 billion to ramp this thing up and actually get this thing made, and they didn't get their budget requests because Congress didn't do it. You see how Orion's funding goes up and it starts to ramp up, and then right here it starts to go down? That's what got Constellation canceled. It wasn't any particular person at NASA. Well, I mean, kind of, but you get the idea. They underfunded Constellation and then cited its underperformance as the reason for canceling it. That's what happens when you don't, get the money to do this. Anyway, let's go back down here. Dan Dumbacher rounds out the trio of former NASA executives brave enough to go on the record as the Deputy Associate Administrator of Exploration Systems Development from October 2010 until July of 2014, ensuring this article quotes exclusively from former NASA leaders who have been proven beyond a doubt that they cannot run a rocket development program and who, after having spent 20 years and $100 billion on their own failed system that somehow forgot to develop the lander, are now throwing stones at SpaceX for less than $3 billion, along with $10 billion of their own money, and having developed a rocket that's roughly 100 times cheaper and 4 times more powerful than SLS in a quarter of the time. No, no good. I don't think, guys, I don't have a problem with cost plus contracting. There's nothing wrong with cost plus contracting. What cost plus contracting is designed to do is get something done expediently, quickly, meaning you have a deadline. With that being said, where's the Artemis program's deadline exactly? Where's that at? Oh, wait, there isn't one. So it incentivizes waste. Cost plus contracts work if you need to develop something quickly. If you have very clear and defined stakeholder expectations, I need this done by this period of time, in this period of time. I don't know how much it's going to cost. You tell me, but get it done. That's what cost plus contracting is for. The Apollo program was done with cost plus contracting, and I don't hear anybody saying that that's a failure. I don't want to hear from Lavero, Cook, or Dumbacher unless it's a detailed explanation of how exactly NASA managed to screw up SLS as badly as they did. Flat funding has a lot to do with it. But I digress. Perhaps they can ask for an internship at Starbase to get the elite program management exposure and experience so they so evidently lacked when the nation entrusted them with the future of the light cone. According to public disclosures, none of these former NASA officials who now work as independent consultants receive money from Boeing. And yet, wherever their opinion is solicited, they seem to advocate for a mission architecture that supports Boeing's proposals, Boeing's contracts, and Boeing's interests, despite NASA's own Office of Inspector General finding over and over and over and over again that Boeing and NASA's program management have collaboratively presided over an extremely expensive comedy of errors. Once again, this is what happens when you have no plan. That's kind of important. Constellation had a plan, so we started to see stuff get done. And then they didn't have a plan, so nothing got done. Not just expensive. As I have now warned for many years, corrosive to U.S. technological dominance and security as China moves decisively now towards the moon. SpaceX recently pointed out that former NASA administrator Jim Bridenstine's advocacy for recompeting the HLS contract is obviously in his current capacity as a lobbyist for Boeing. One wonders how many minutes of the Starship program's burn rate would have been needed to buy Jim's silence, but I suspect it's easier to issue a rebuttal in the form of yet another successful test flight. Wrecked. Something like that, Tessa. This concept seems difficult for some to grasp, so I prepared the following infographic to make the situation clearer. NASA and Lockheed's Orion. $31.6 billion cost and counting, 19 years of development, $1 billion marginal launch cost, too heavy to reach the moon, too heavy to reach low lunar orbit, 1 test flight by 2025, literal death trap. We talked about that earlier, the asterisk, that last one. SpaceX Starship, $2.7 billion HLS contract to date, 4-year schedule, $10 million marginal launch cost, 100 tons to the surface, 11 test flights by 2025, greatest rocket ever built. Yeah, okay, dude. Okay, I love SpaceX, but you could make the same argument as a literal death trap for HLS right now. You know why? Because it doesn't fly. Like, I'm not trying to be mean, I'm just trying to be objective here. I love Starship. You guys know that. But Starship HLS hasn't flown in any more capacity than Orion has successfully at this point. You can see his bias. He's not sneaky about it. Casey likes SpaceX. That's fine. We all do. Like, it's fine. This one might help too. This is fine. I like this one. This one's fine. This is fine. HLS isn't done. Orion is. No, it's not. It hasn't flown with people and a life support system on board. It's very much still it's still in development. They can't get the heat shield right. Yeah, there you go, Buxo. I'm with you on that one. Like, I'm a huge Starship fanboy. I don't beat around the bush here, but I try to stay objective as much as I can. You know, that doesn't mean I don't like Blue and what they're doing. They're doing magic, man. It's great. And Stoke and Rocket Lab, all the other companies, man. Heck, I even like Orion and SLS to an extent. I really do. I think Orion suffers from no plan. That's the problem. They've basically been taking into account keeping this capsule on life support for 20 years because it has nothing to do. It's a deep space exploration capsule that has done none of that. HLS isn't planning to put people on their next flight. Now, context, that's a very good point. Very good point. I have problems with Orion with their heat shield. Casey talks about that a little bit more. We'll get to that point later. Orion and SLS have burned through nearly $100 billion to date. It's $93.5 billion through the course of the program. If I took $100 billion in $20 bills and stapled them end to end, they would run from my office, down the hall, out the front door, down the drive, onto the road, onto the ramp, down to the local freeway, past the crumbling remnants of JPL, up the mountain, then up into the sky, through the troposphere, past the space station, between 10,000 Starlink satellites, past geostationary orbit. My string of bills is now longer than a space elevator. All the way to the moon, around the entire lunar equator, between all the landing legs of all lunar landers, of all missions that have landed there, then all the way back down to Earth, through the atmosphere, down the mountain, down the road, through my front door, and back to my desk. At the present rate of NASA's budget, additional bill consumption, stapling, and ejection from my office desk would break the speed of sound. The Orion capsule is far too heavy to be useful. One of the reasons the Augustine Commission advocated for the cancellation of Orion in the first place way back in 2009 is that it had become obvious that success, even then, was not in the set of possible outcomes. Yeah, underfunding has a lot to do with that, but, you know, whatever. One of the reasons for this was that Ares 5, the spiritual predecessor of the current SLS, Ares 5 is not like SLS in any way, shape, or form. The only similar thing is the five segment boosters. Ares 5 is a completely different design. Like, it only bears a passing resemblance to SLS as a shuttle-derived launch vehicle. SLS is similar to Ares 5 in the same way that the Space Shuttle and Buran are similar. They look the same. They're not the same. They're not the same thing. Not even close. They look similar, but they're not the same thing. The spiritual predecessor of the current SLS lacked the power necessary to launch the specified capsule mass plus the Altair lunar lander to the moon. Wait, what? One of the reasons for this was that the Ares 5 lacked the power necessary to launch the specified capsule mass plus the Altair lunar lander to the moon. The capsule was supposed to launch on Ares 1X. It's EOR rendezvous. He must know this. Hold on, let me read. It's actually more complicated than this because Orion was originally meant to fly on Ares 1, a rocket that combined all the scariest components of the space shuttle. Come on. And which flew just one time unsuccessfully before someone realized that a launch abort would be impossible without SRB debris shredding the parachutes. Well, he didn't read that report. Okay, seriously, team, don't use solid fuel with human cargo. Explain the space shuttle post-1988. So Bigness arrived. That's right. Solid, you know, and it's something that I don't think people really like hearing. Solid rocket boosters have moved more people to space than any other type of propulsion. That's because the space shuttle could carry 7 people. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Now, simultaneously, you could make the argument that solid rocket boosters have also killed more people. Challenger is a direct result of the SRB, a terrible SRB design. Well, not necessarily a terrible SRB design. Asterisk that. I could talk more about that later. But the amount of people that we've lost with SRB-derived or SRB-used launch vehicles, comparatively the amount of people that have gone into space successfully on them is ridiculous. It's not even close. It falls in line, if we're comparing the entirety of the space shuttle mission, falls pretty much in line with the rest of the liquid fuel propulsion vehicles, like the ratio of people launched into space versus not. Soyuz, this math works with Soyuz, it works with Apollo. Gemini, because Gemini's awesome, but whatever. I don't know if you saw this, but there are 2 articles discussing leaks from. We already covered that demo. Yeah. So a little bit of context here about Ares 1. Ares 1, impossible without the SRB debris shredding the parachutes. That was only in specific windage conditions. So basically, there was a paper from NASA that was released during Ares 1's development that said it couldn't launch if the wind was blowing in the right direction. Because if it aborted and the wind was blowing in a certain direction at a certain speed, there's a possibility that Orion, after it does its abort, its parachutes could fly through the SRB plume or the SRB smoke, and it would burn the parachutes and the capsule would fall to the ground. Fair criticism. So don't launch when it's windy. That a lot of rockets do that. Yeah, Fluffy, exactly. Yeah. So don't launch when it's windy. Not for some reason somebody cited that on the internet and said, Ares 1's a piece of junk. No, it's not a piece of junk. They were basically trying to figure out when to and not to launch it. Wind conditions are absolutely a thing for rockets. So if the wind is blowing in a certain direction at a certain speed, you could potentially lose the crew. Okay, don't launch when the wind is blowing in that direction. Is this tough? Because you got to think that this is probably in the 1 Alpha part of the abort regime. So 1 Alpha, 1 Bravo. So basically probably like 0 to 1 minute is the only time where the capsule would have, because the rocket would have to be going more straight up for the capsule to drift through the SRB plume, right? So it's probably it's probably lower level winds, not necessarily upper level winds, right? Go read the paper. They'll say this exact thing. But whatever. I mean, I don't like solid rocket boosters because they're harder to turn around unless you employ them in scale if you're using reusable architectures. That's why liquid is heavily favored in my mind, because you can reuse them a lot easier, right? A 747 wouldn't make a lot of sense if it had solid rocket boosters for engines. It would work, ish, right? But if you had to replace the engines every time, what the heck are you doing? That would limit the range of liftoff options, potentially making it hard to launch. Well, yeah, a lot of rockets don't launch in the wind. The space shuttle didn't launch when it was too windy. Falcon doesn't launch when it's too windy, guys. Solids are also a lot more toxic. Sure, if you want to make that argument, that would be a fair one, Spoiled, but that doesn't toxicity of propellant has nothing to do with reliability of system. If that was the case, we would use no hypergolic systems in anything. The moment when Ares 1 smashed the upper stage during staging, which was approximately the 6th worst thing about this rocket, which also damaged the launch tower, subjected the crew capsule to shocking levels of vibration, and carried a launch escape system, despite the fact that, like SLS, the most likely launch failure involves filling the sky with supersonic chunks of burning ammonium perchlorate. Why does everybody think SRBs are going to explode? He cites the GPS-2R1 rocket explosion. That's not even similar SRB architecture. That's a cased SRB, not a segmented SRB. That's like saying some Formula One cars are unsafe because of NASCAR crash. Yeah, they're both race cars, but those are not the same thing, dude. Also, we can watch this. We can watch this because it's funny. So, these SRBs that are on the side of this Delta II launching GPS-2R, they're a single casing SRB. There's no O-rings. There's just a case, like a bottle rocket with a nozzle at the end. With that being said, someone dropped the SRB and cracked the casing when they were integrating it, and then the casing failed. I will admit, if that happened to Ares 1, yeah, the crew would be dead. You'd be screwed. You would be absolutely 100% boned. Like, that would be death. But that would be death in most cases. Like, there's not, like, yeah. See that? That's bad. You don't want that. You need to secure the area? We've had an anomaly?
Rocket is airborne.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, don't drop SRBs. That's a good pro tip. Good safety tip, guys. Launch escape couldn't pull out of that? It might, Bill. It's possible. But if the wind's blowing in the wrong direction, the capsule could potentially go through some of this. But I have a stupid question. So here's where EJ's engineering brain goes. Why are we taking into account the fact that the SRB could catastrophically fail and blow up? Does that sound like NASA to you? Why would NASA be okay with this, like, blowing up? Like, what are you going to get SRB blow by again? I don't think that's going to happen. Or an Apollo service module oxygen tank. Yeah, serious. I think it's just a general rule of thumb is that if it's designed to go into space, don't drop it. Just a general rule of thumb. Life support systems, SRBs, you just don't drop it. Like, is that fair? Yeah, Andrew. In general, don't drop space hardware is a good rule of thumb. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We probably shouldn't do that. Anyway. NASA awarded Lockheed Martin what became the Orion contract on August 31st, 2006. I just graduated high school. Babies, SRBs, service modules, don't drop them. Yep. Don't drop that stuff. Don't drop it. By early 2007, excessive growth in weight had already been flagged as a problem. According to NASA whistleblower Joshua Foxworth, Lockheed was unable to internally provide any mathematical basis for the weights and balances used in its Orion PDR in late 2008. I was in 6th grade. I was in 12th. I just graduated high school. That summer 06 was mint. It's a good time. Good times. Yeah. Lockheed was unable to provide any mathematical basis for the weights and balances used in its Orion PDR. Okay. Do you guys mind me adding context to this? Do you know why? Do you know why they weren't able to provide any mathematical basis for the weights and balances used in the PDR for the Orion? Because they didn't have Constellation's architecture completely fleshed out yet. They didn't have it completely fleshed out yet. How can you predict? The full weight and weights for a capsule, right? How can you do this? Predict the full weight for a capsule that's designed to interface as a transfer bridge vehicle for a Martian transfer vehicle that's 20 years down the road. Now, don't get me wrong. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't have started somewhere. You should have started somewhere. But yeah, there's no mathematical basis because they left it blank on purpose because they didn't know exactly what the capsule, like, you don't know exactly what you're going to use this for because the architecture hadn't been completely fleshed out yet. That's fair. And for once again, I will say this, just context before we read the rest of this. Orion is ridiculously heavy because it's a deep space exploration capsule, right? Saying that Orion is heavy compared to Crew Dragon is like saying an RV, a recreational vehicle, or a caravan is heavier than a Mini Cooper, right? And therefore the Mini Cooper is better. Well, the RV does more things than a Mini Cooper. You can live inside of that. You can't live, well, you could live in the Mini, but it'd get a little crowded. Do you see what I'm saying? Orion's designed to go further. Orion can loiter in deep space with 4 people on board by itself, no space station, no nothing, for a month. If there's no people on board, Orion can loiter in deep space for over 250 days. By itself. It can free float by itself because, once again, you're going to Mars, right? You have a problem on the return trip or the trip out to Mars, and you need to come home. You need to eject from the vehicle. You need to use Orion as a lifeboat. There you go. That's why Orion is beefy. It's beefy because it's designed to work in deep space for long periods of time. Once again, if you want to go camping in a Mini Cooper, that's fine, but you probably want to take an RV, right? The X-37B can do 1.5 years, but that's just in low Earth orbit. Yeah, Bucks, deep space is a little bit different, man. You know, like, if I went down and bought a pontoon boat, right, to go fishing in the ocean, right, my pontoon boat isn't a fishing trawler, you know what I'm saying? Just because my pontoon boat can stay out there, you know, a little ways offshore for a little bit of time, right, doesn't make it a fishing trawler. If I tried to go out into the blue water with that thing, you die. That's my boat, Jenny. So yeah, a little bit of context here. Like, don't get me wrong, I still kind of agree with what's going on here, but there's a reason why Lockheed is heavy, because its design requirements for Constellation denoted it to be the lifeboat for the entire system. It's heavy. And that's why they launched it on Ares 1. I ain't no fisherman, by the way. You're insulting my inflatable sailing dinghy! Hey, quit playing with your dinghy, okay? How long could Starliner stay in space? I don't know. Constant changes to weights continue to occur through the duration of the program. Yeah, that happens because of requirements change. Yeah, see that? That's bait. Yep, very long. The X-37 has gone out to Geo. Yeah, Conan, which is super cool. X-37's a beast, man. Yeah, see? Oh, look, changing requirements. That happens when you don't have the architecture fleshed out. You should probably flesh out the architecture, but that happens with development. Now, the time to do that would be between your PDR and CDR, which is right. This is right. That's when you do this. This is when you do that. You don't have an idea for how much it's going to weigh before you don't have the requirements fleshed out for the capsule. You have the requirements fleshed out for the capsule between your preliminary design and critical design review. When you go from CDR in spaceflight or space anything development, when you pass critical design review, that's when the design gets frozen. Any changes after that are going to cost you lots of money. And the more complicated the project, the more costly the change is going to be. This is right. If people think I'm full of it, this is right from NASA's own systems engineering handbook. I can specifically point you to the right page if you want. It's in here somewhere. I don't have that. I don't have the page right now. It's in there. All right, whatever. Constant changes to weights continue to occur through the duration of the program, resulting in a total capsule launch weight, including the launch escape system, of over 33 tons. All right, demo. I'll check it out. cost balloon because they were stuck waiting for specs. It's not I'll say it once, I'll say it again. Mobile Launcher 2 is not entirely Bechtel's fault. It's a lot their fault, but it ain't entirely their fault. Terrible systems architecture is the reason why Bechtel was allowed to take that $300 million contract and make it a $2 billion contract. You'll see why. Casey talks about this. You'll see. This is why I wanted to share this. Just listen. Orion's ended up weighing as much as the 737. By comparison, the launch wet mass of the Crew Dragon capsule is just 12.5 tons, while the Apollo Command Service Module weighed in at 29 tons, of which a large fraction was fuel and other expendables to sustain transport spacecraft to and from the moon. Once again, Orion can stay out there and loiter way longer than the Apollo capsule, to be honest with you. So the right thing to do here, if we were going to kit bash all this stuff, would be to take Orion and put the Apollo service module behind it with some solar panels. That would be the right architecture. Hey guys, for the people that are following the career mode save, that's what the Taurus capsule is. Yeah, that's what the Taurus capsule is. Just saying. Sorry. That's how I designed my Taurus capsule, because I knew exactly what I wanted. And the Taurus capsule is one of the best capsules I've ever designed in KSP by a long shot. The red flag in this article is the 2007 to 2008 economic downturn. That's why the project was underfunded, Home Planet. That's correct. They used the recession as an excuse to cut NASA's funding. Good times. That seems almost impossible, but here's a mass breakdown from Wikipedia. Just the launch abort system weighs 7 tons, as much as the entire Soyuz module. Well, yeah, the abort system is trying to move this capsule that's heavier than the Apollo capsule away. Of course it's going to be heavier. Wait a minute. Whatever. Back in about 2009, NASA unironically sought to address uncontrolled mass budget growth for Orion by constricting its requirements on astronaut height and weight. Now, I will say, that's stupid. That's idiotic. If we're in the business of running a Berlin airlift to the moon, I don't think astronaut weight is going to be material to the Enterprise. Correct. I agree with that. That's an idiotic thing to do. But NASA would have had a new administrator. Mike Griffin went out in 2008. Charlie Bolden came in 2009. Just saying. Originally, the Constellation version of Orion was to ship with a powerful service module with 1,500 to 1,800 meters a second delta V, change in velocity. Guys, these numbers, for the people that don't know, refer to spacecraft range. The higher the number, the further you can go in space. Spacecraft are not measured in distance when it comes to range, okay? So, like, if you have a car, how far can you go on one tank of gas? You know, that distance is in kilometers or in miles. My lunar units, my personal favorite. That is a distance. With spacecraft, it's not measured in distance. It's measured in how fast you can go. Because if you can go faster, you can go further out of a grav well. So your change in acceleration, or delta V, change in velocity, right, is how we measure spacecraft range. And that's not just Americans. Everyone does this. So the higher your number in delta V meters a second, the further it can go. All right. Orion was supposed to ship with a powerful service module with a delta V of 1.5 to 1.8 kilometers a second, comparable to the Apollo spacecraft with 2,800 meters a second. But this died in the cancellation of Constellation. It was replaced with the European Service Module, a glorified satellite bus with barely enough delta V, 1,450 meters a second, to perform a low Earth orbit deorbit burn and nowhere near enough to get into and out of low lunar orbit. Yeah, outdoorsman, I know. 1.4 kilometers a second is more than enough to do a low Earth orbit deorbit burn. LEO deorbit burns are like 300 meters a second, guys. Like, if it was going to the ISS and coming back, it's like maybe 200 to 300 meters a second, maybe, depending on your capsule. I mean, either way, even 1,500 to 1,800 is kind of dookie. But the reason why that the Constellation the constellation Orion capsule has only 1,800 meters a second delta V is because it doesn't need 2,800 meters a second delta V. The reason why Apollo needed that big CSM behind it with the AJ-10 behind it is, with that big nozzle variant of the AJ-10, the reason why it needed that was because the capsule and the CSM was used to circularize into low lunar orbit, a maneuver that takes well, what is it, guys? 1,600 meters a second, I think. It's a lot, right? The Orion capsule was going to use the lander to circularize into low lunar, not the service module. The reason why they did that way was, once again, so Orion could be used to get home if something went wrong. Something goes wrong, the lander, while you're on your way out there, you know, you can adjust your trajectory with the Orion capsule, separate from the lander, and come home. Simultaneously, you get to low lunar orbit. Something goes wrong with Altair or whatever. You don't want to do the landing. Orion has enough delta V by itself to get home. Once again, I designed the Taurus capsule to do exactly this, and that's a pretty good capsule, guys. You could see that last week when I went to the moon, I had a colossal screw up in my analysis on my ascent module for the lander. The Taurus capsule, which is my Orion Apollo CSM amalgam, was easily able to overcome the margin of error from my colossal screw up. Delta V gets you home. That's why. That's why it's engineered the way that it is. And that's pretty neat. And the descent module worked perfectly. The ascent module screwed me up so bad, dude. We'll refactor the design. I'll make a better one. No, I forgot to include the weight of the wiring. No, I designed the ascent module when I quite possibly had the worst week of my life last week. Yeah. That probably had a lot to do with it. Don't do that when you're like at rock bottom. Probably not a good thing. Anyway, so yeah, a little bit of breakdown on delta V in numbers, okay? Also, I agree with Casey. The ESM is a piece of dog crap. Terrible. 1,450 meters a second. That's useless. That's useless. That's useless for a human-rated capsule. That takes all the good things about Orion, about its loiter capability, and all this cool stuff, and makes it functionally useless. Orion needs a bigger service module. If you're going to explore the moon, you're going to use it as a lifeboat, go to Mars. All that loiter capability is wasted if you don't have enough fuel to get home. In this report, you were talking about Ares 1 not being able to abort during the first minute of launch. It's that report, yeah. I haven't read it in a long time, Thousand, but there is the report. That's the end of the part. That's the end of the part I wrote about my link. Apparently, the one you opened doesn't work, so here's another one. No, it worked. It worked just fine. I'm just trying to make sure that we get through the article. It's a long article for the rest of Space News, dude. That's all. Yeah, Outdoorsman, I kind of agree. The Berlin Airlift is a weird one, but weird analogy. This entire performance section is completely misleading. It only refers to Dragon's launch mass versus Orion and ESM launch mass, then only shows Orion's dry mass without showing Dragon's dry mass. This leads to the obvious comparison of 12.5 tons launch for Dragon versus 9.3 tons dry for Orion, and the question is, why is Orion only 3 tons lighter dry? The real answer is that it's only 1.5 tons heavier dry than Dragon, which is about a 20% margin. I think it's perfectly reasonable for a larger capsule that also has to have some type of radiation shielding and other general differences between the two. Yeah, once again, Orion's an RV, dude. It's an RV. It's not a car. It's an RV. Saying Orion is heavier than Dragon and citing that as a bad thing is like saying your RV isn't as fuel efficient as a car. Well, yeah, no crap. The RV you can live in. You live comfortably in. You can't live comfortably in a car. I mean, you can if the car's big enough, but the other capsules aren't big enough. Starliner, you're not living in that thing for 20 days. That's not happening. Unless it strands you somewhere. Sorry. I don't think the new one is the glorified SAT bus either. It's the HTV, or the ATV. It's the ATV service module with an AJ10 on it. So that by that logic, the CSM was an overlanding SUV? No, the CSM was an older RV. But it's an older RV with antiquated systems that won't allow you to stay on orbit for longer periods of time. Come on, this isn't Flame Trench. All right. He does talk about the heat shield strict. Yeah, Outdoorsman, I'm with you on that one. I'm very careful to invoke history, especially spaceflight history. I'm very careful to do it in the right context, and sometimes I still make mistakes, but yeah. Anyway, in this case, the hilariously underpowered ESM is not an artifact of European hair shirt environmentalism, but a preposterously restricted mass budget resulting from SLS underperformance and Orion bloat. You might be forgiven for thinking that SLS is big like the Saturn V. There's also room somewhere in the fairing for a lunar lander, like in Apollo, but you'd be wrong. The mass budget on SLS for a lunar lander is 0 kilograms. Well, yeah. They wanted to put a lander on it and then didn't, and then they commercialized the lander instead, so why would there be? I've trawled through the public archives in search of internal NASA documentation, raising the flag that deleting the lunar lander on a lunar landing rocket might be an oversight, but have thus far found nothing. If you have a document, I'd be keen to review it. With a launch rate of 1 per 2, or more likely 4 years, it's not like another SLS could launch a different lunar lander. Yeah, now that's right. Yeah, SLS was never designed with a lunar lander in mind, and that's why the EUS is a pile of dog crap. That's right. From an anthropological point of view, the SLS and Orion are a fascinating set of artifacts, living embodiments of a mentality that supposes that a lunar landing would be possible if only the moon were a little bit closer and had 0 surface gravity. That's right. I agree with that. That's pretty funny. Oh, jeez. But this isn't the place for a math lesson. But I really cannot overemphasize that things that fly have to restrict their mass in an almost viscous manner. And this is doubly true for things that fly in space. For $3 billion per year, NASA contractors could not employ fewer than 26,520 people. Enough that we could have one whole engineer per kilogram of the entire 26,520 kilogram system. On a marginal launch cost alone, we're paying $200,000 a kilogram, enough to justify spending an entire annual salary to eliminate something that weighs less than the largest cup of coffee Starbucks will sell you. Ugh. Piggy! Enough talk around this subject. Design choices have consequences. Even for $5.2 billion per launch, Orion is so overweight that there does not exist a booster nor upper stage that can launch it to low lunar orbit and return it to Earth. Yeah, because we defunded that. Yeah, the thing that it was supposed to work with is not working. A trailer is pretty useless if you don't have a truck to pull it. This, weight of it be damned. That is, NASA spent $31 billion on a capsule and $60 billion on a moon rocket that is so overweight it can't even reach the moon, a fact that has been undeniable since 2009. Whoops, I guess? Well, like I said, you canceled the rockets that were supposed to launch this thing. Wrong mission. This is as good a place as any to dispose of the notion that it's not NASA or Lockheed's fault that the moon rocket can't actually reach the moon, even though everyone involved has known this since the very beginning. Congress forced this design on us. I hear it every dang day. Congress people are not rocket scientists. They have a lot of things to do. They routinely pass laws calling for NASA to do things that are more or less impossible. Who's going to tell them? Me or the NASA administrator? Give me a break. Congress forced us is a weak excuse at the best of times. But when we're looking for someone to blame for losing badly to China, anyone who said this will be a good start. The failure of SLS is a team effort, and it lays bare NASA's ever-weakening claim to any form of technical integrity. Well done, everyone. Damn. This got violent pretty fast. NASA has been unable to completely avoid the fact that their moon rocket and Orion capsule can't actually reach the moon. So to paper over this inconvenient truth, they've attempted to sell us on Lunar Gateway. This plan is so brilliant, I wish I had thought of it. It goes something like this. The moon rocket can't reach the moon. No problem. We'll put a space station halfway. Call it Gateway or a stepping stone or a tripwire or some other cliche. And then we'll build another entirely different rocket system with a bunch of money Congress will never give us to go the rest of the way. Orbital mechanics be damned. Congress loves space stations, though. Never mind that the Chinese don't have to deal with this nonsense. I agree, Gateway is a waste of time at this point. If we're trying to go back to the moon expediently, this is a waste of time. However, if you want to go back sustainably, Gateway might not be the worst idea. Of course, there was never any internal plan to finish the job. Here's 434 pages of NASA talking about the subject last year without getting anywhere. Yeah, the project managers in charge of building some of Gateway's components, particularly the habitation and logistics outpost module called the Halo, they went past critical design review and started manufacturing the thing and forgot to include the mass of all the wiring for the module. I'll say that again. They forgot to weigh the wires. And now Gateway has a problem with it being overweight. Because they forgot. It has what's called a negative mass margin. Because they forgot. They forgot. Like straight up forgot. I read that paper on Space News and I blew a gasket. I was like, this is ridiculous. These people should all be fired. Like now. I'm not, that is not an exaggeration. That is not hyperbole. They started making it without weighing all the components to the capsule to make sure that it wasn't too heavy. I'm not even kidding. That is unacceptable. That was the point where I said Gateway is useless. At the 11th hour, the commercial and moderately successful part of human spaceflight got the HLS contract over the line. But with that came an implicit assumption. If a contractor was capable of delivering an entire human landing system to Gateway, and from there to the moon, and then back to Gateway, and then back to Earth, then the contractor system could bypass Gateway completely. That is the exact reason why I think Gateway is useless at this point. You also blew a gasket on Flame Trench, too. This was before I started doing Flame Trench, but I have talked about this on Flame Trench, dude. I blow a gasket a lot. Because Casey's right. We can split hairs here about different things, disagree about different things, but he's right. NASA's systematically rotted. It's disgusting. He's not wrong. Transporting humans from low Earth orbit to the moon and back. SpaceX has all but explicitly stated their preference to delete the Gateway speed bump from their architecture, and in the current situation, NASA is in no position to dictate terms. Yeah, gaskets are easy to replace. Yep. Yeah, guys, does it make more sense? So this is why I covered SpaceX saying they're refactoring their lunar architecture to lean heavier into building stuff on the moon. Because I think reneging the HLS contract pissed them off so much, they just said, fine, frick you, Duffy, I do it myself. And Casey seems to agree with that. I think he's right. The only piece missing would be a heat-shielded capsule, such as Dragon, that could transport the human crew back to Earth from lunar return trajectories. I do not think Dragon could do that. There is no data on phenolic-impregnated carbon ablator from trans-Earth injection lunar velocities. There's nothing. You'd have to test that a lot. Nothing that SpaceX couldn't do if they wanted to. As it happens, the only potentially useful part of the legacy SLS Orion gateway system, Orion's heat shield, is fundamentally flawed anyway, as we shall see. So in sum, for any real mission to any real objective, SLS and Orion are not only suboptimal, they're entirely superfluous. Delete! See, I've always been don't delete this, don't get rid of them. SLS could be useful in other capacities, and Orion could be moved to other rockets. And you could, with the current commercial state of rockets, you could use New Glenn to launch Orion, and you could use SLS to launch a big lunar lander, for instance, and revive Constellation with commercial contractors instead. Not a bad idea. Just saying, I don't think getting rid of it is a good idea. Now, even though SLS is a fustercluck, and Orion is a fustercluck, guys, I will say this. Every time we have relatively functioning spaceships, we'll say SLS, not necessarily Orion at this point. SLS is a super heavy launch vehicle. With a better upper stage and a better fairing, that could be a disgustingly potent launch vehicle. Like Saturn V, good. Problem is, it was designed with no goal. But we could change that. We could refactor some things and fix it. Every time we have decided to cancel something that has flown, NASA has ended up with less capability, not more. It has not worked one time. We canceled the Saturn V for the space shuttle. The space shuttle will be a cheaper way to do it. Less capability. We canceled the space shuttle. It's old. Constellation will be good. We'll end up with more capability again. No, Constellation gets canceled. Oh, the Constellation program's expensive. We don't have to worry about that. We can rely on commercial crew again. Good. Commercial crew arguably does less than the space shuttle. I don't see Dragon and Falcon building another space station, even though they probably could. Get what I'm saying? I don't think that canceling hardware that is flying is a smart thing to do. Refactoring the contracts and shaking it up, sure, but I don't think that's going to happen either. You did talk about it in Blew a Gasket, Flame Trench, August 2nd, 2024. Yeah, Outdoorsman, I was saying I blew a gasket when I first read the damn article in 2023 when that happened. No, I'm not going to try it, Jibber, to be honest with you. Orion is not just expensive and heavy, it's also a capsule to nowhere. Designed without reference to any mission architecture that resembles our actual solar system. Well, yeah, it was at one point, but some bonehead decided to cancel Constellation. Just saying. I remember watching a senior NASA program manager, maybe Bill Gerstenmaier, in an interview in about 2013 respond to a question about Orion's lack of a design reference mission. Is this a good way to run a space program? No, but I've been able to find a primary source. If you do, send it over. Let's look in detail at NASA's Artemis reference architecture. Yep. Yeah, so this calls for Falcon Heavy to move the core components of Gateway, and then for Vulcan or another launch vehicle to launch the transfer module, the descent module, the ascent module in 3 different launches that go to the moon, have the vehicle assemble itself while attached to Gateway, and then SLS launches Orion out there. Orion docks to the Gateway. Astronauts transfer into the transfer descent ascent module, right? They use that to go down to the moon. Transfer module gets you to low lunar. Descent module gets you down to the moon. Ascent module gets back up, right? Ascent module reattaches to Gateway, possibly could be reused. Crew gets on Orion, gets home. That was the plan for a long time. This chart shows how NASA's default plan requires 5 launches of 3 to 4 different rockets, including SLS, which is actually more like 5.2 billion per shot all up, to ferry the crew to rectilinear halo orbit, something they could easily do with any of the other elements, deleting the most expensive and dangerous part altogether. In addition, the plan requires not 1, not 2, but at least 5 separate spacecraft: the Gateway, transfer stage, descent stage, and Orion. This is NASA's ticket to a financially sustainable permanent lunar presence? Question? Don't do what I think you're about to do. In contrast, a Starship-derived plan uses Earth orbit rendezvous for refueling, after which the HLS can fly potentially as far as the lunar surface and back to low Earth orbit in a single flight. No new space stations, no rectilinear halo orbit rendezvous, no expendable components. Yeah, but it requires 5 times the flights of this. Did we not mention this? Guess that wasn't convenient to say. Since the contract was awarded, we have been consistently responsive to NASA for as requirements for Artemis 3. This is SpaceX writing this now. For the Artemis 3 have changed and shared ideas on how to simplify the mission to align with national priorities. In response to the latest calls, we've shared and are formally assessing a simplified mission architecture and a concept of operations that we believe will result in a faster return to the moon while simultaneously improving crew safety. 10 flights. Yeah, about 10 flights. I understand that, but saying that this is somehow simpler than this, I don't think is the own you think it is. And I like Starship, dudes. I don't have inside knowledge, but I strongly suspect SpaceX would propose a Starship-only architecture as it allows for the concentration of maximum firepower on the most enabling component, spamming enormous quantities of mass at the moon. Yep. Only 1 rocket versus 5. I think his point is all the expended hardware. Did I miss it? Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. I misunderstood, fellas. That was me. He's talking about expending hardware versus not expending hardware. If you're not expending hardware, this is way better. I'm just not sure why reusability would be your key point here for getting to the moon more expediently. An expendable vehicle would be the quickest way to get to the moon. They figured that out 56 years ago. Sorry, I'm just putting it out there. I don't mean to be a dick. Like, heat shield. Oh, here comes the fun part. Might there still be the hang-up of what's considered sustainable? Yeah, if he's talking about sustainability, I would agree. I would agree that Starship probably a better way to do this, rather than expending vehicles. But what kind of sustainability are we talking about here? Because the politician's definition of sustainability is the SLS program. I'm pretty sure we're talking about actually exploring the moon, in which case I understand what he's saying, yes. Ten flights of Starship is not the limiting factor because SpaceX has proven cadence. Obsessive, I agree with you. I think Starship will be successful, but hear me out. In order for this to work, those 10 flights need to be in about 10 days. If we're going to do this on any expedient schedule, you have to deal with boil-off mitigation. Boil-off mitigation is you could deal with that, and SpaceX will certainly find a way. But SpaceX has to up their launch cadence even more, to the tune of maybe 1 to 2 Starships a day to get this architecture to work correctly. That is a huge hurdle to overcome, considering that every rocket in the other infographic exists right now. Ready for the fun part? Because here comes the fun part. Spurry, please! Yeah, right. Orion may be comically expensive, desperately in need of Ozempic, behind schedule and pretty much useless, but at least it's not a death trap like the shuttle, right? Unfortunately, I do not believe this to be the case. This is good, guys. I agree with this part. This needs to be addressed, but listen. Since before its first cancellation, Orion's heat shield has been controversial. While SpaceX chose to develop the newer and more capable phenolic impregnated carbon ablator, or PICA for short, For its capsule heat shield, Orion opted instead to use Avcoat. Avcoat is the same material that was used in the Apollo CSM's heat shield. Only unlike Apollo, Orion relies on an updated formulation that reduces the use of spectacularly carcinogenic resin additives, but at least initially maintain the high labor-intensive process of manually injecting the epoxy-like fluid into tens of thousands of honeycomb pockets machined into a stainless steel structural backing layer. So yeah, let me show you what this looks like. The heat shield, I have a picture of it. It's right there. So the Apollo heat shield had fiberglass honeycomb on a stainless steel backing plate. And the Avcoat was individually injected into each one of the honeycombs by hand with somebody with a damn caulking gun. No joke. That was a little bit time consuming, right? And now I know what people are going to ask. Why do this way? This keeps your your matrices of Avcoat nice and strong. Think of it like separating these into individual honeycomb injections make it kind of work like an ablative tile, right? This keeps the physical structure of the heat shield from delaminating and charring. Hint, hint. Big hint there. You'll see. It basically keeps the heat shield strong. Think of it like if the Avcoat is your brick, the honeycomb fiberglass structure is the mortar. That's what holds the whole heat shield together. That makes it really strong. Think of it like another example would be like reinforced concrete. The fiberglass honeycomb matrice is your rebar for the Avcoat to keep it strong when it ablates. I see no reason why we couldn't do that with a robotic system nowadays with more consistent results. Oh, Aqualex, you will get 100% no disagreement from me, dude. Why fiberglass? PLA. Freaking PLA, dude. 3D print your honeycomb matrice. And then have a robotic arm physically inject each one. Just like a freaking typewriter, dude. Clearly there's something more difficult about this than what we just discussed, because we just figured out a good way to do it in literally 30 seconds. Rebar is for tensional strength. I know. Literally gambling. I know. Listen. Check this out. You'll like this. Reinforced concrete is a very good example. In 2014, NASA flew an Orion on a Delta IV heat shield for a high-energy heat shield test, finding cracking issues. So the design was changed to use instead molded blocks that were assembled into a heat shield. Yeah, that's right, Outdoorsman, they have. Unlike Apollo, which flew multiple unmanned tests on a quick cadence to qualify designs, NASA didn't refly Orion until 2022, when the first flight was in 2014. That was the EFT-1 mission. 8 years after the first flight. How much staff churn had occurred by then? I would be shocked if more than 10% of the technical design and assembly crew maintained continuity over this time. After the Artemis 1 2022 test, NASA remained very tight-lipped about heat shield performance and managed to obstruct investigative journalists from learning the truth for more than 2 years. Why do you think that was? The updated heat shield design after more than 14 years of development had performed even worse. There was unexpected char loss in more than 100 chipped areas with pits far deeper than expected. Yeah, I mean, you could print the whole thing. Aqualex, I'm talking about 3D printing the honeycomb structure and then manually injecting not manually, automatically injecting the Avcoat with a robotic arm. Like, I don't see why we couldn't have, like, 4 or 5 robotic arms just going using, like, G-code going back and forth or whatever code they use. Yeah, that's bad. Rocket Guy, I wonder if he talks about the pins. I skipped this part of the article. I stopped reading a little ways up when I was reading this yesterday, and I was like, dude, I gotta read this on stream. The The capsule survived re-entry and was recovered. Any astronauts on board would have been fine. Probably. But unexpected failures are not something from which safety can be derived, even if they didn't result in total catastrophe. Can anybody think of an example of where, you know, safety can't be derived from, like, probably? Yeah. Wait, here we go. After Challenger was lost, Nobel Prize-winning physicist Richard Feynman contributed to the accident investigation and wrote, here's the part, this is good. In spite of these variations from case to case, officials behaved as if they understood it, giving apparently logical arguments to each other, often depending on the success of previous flights. For example, in determining if Flight 51L was safe to fly in the face of ring erosion in Flight 51C, it was noted that the erosion depth was only 1/3 of the radius. They're talking about the O-rings. The O-rings. Yeah. It had been noted in an F2 experiment cutting as deep as one radius was necessary before the ring failed. Instead of being very concerned that the variations of poorly understood conditions might reasonably create a deeper erosion in this time, it was asserted there was a safety factor of 3. This is a strange use of the engineer's term safety factor. If a bridge is built to withstand a certain load without the beams permanently deforming, cracking, or breaking, it may be designed for the materials used to actually stand up under 3 times the load. This safety factor is to allow for uncertain excesses of load, or unknown extra loads, or weakness in the material that might have unexpected flaws, etc., etc. If now the expected load comes onto the new bridge and a crack appears in a beam, this is a failure of the design. There was no safety factor at all, even though the bridge did not actually collapse because the crack went only 1/3 of the way through the I-beam. The O-rings of the solid rocket boosters were not designed to erode. Thank you. Erosion was a clue that something was wrong. Erosion was not something from which safety can be inferred. All right. If you didn't understand what that meant that, in the flights leading up to Challenger with the space shuttle, they said, oh, the O-ring's only eroding a little bit. It's only eroding a little bit. You can actually erode a lot of O-ring, and it'll still work. Failing to understand that the O-ring is not supposed to erode at all is a misunderstanding of your engineering. You fundamentally do not understand what's going on, and you're saying that it's probably going to be fine. Well, look, it can fail this much before it really causes a problem. It can fail. The O-ring's not designed to fail, period. That was your intention. Being okay with it eroding some is fundamentally misunderstanding your systems engineering requirements for the space shuttle program. The people who said that that is a safety factor need to be kicked in the scrotum multiple times in Minecraft. You don't be cool with failure. That's not good. You design an O-ring. Your O-ring is intended to seal the SRB and never ever cause a problem. If it erodes a little bit, you didn't make a good enough O-ring. Because that's not, you yourself are not playing by your own rules. In systems engineering, guys, it works a lot like a game of Dungeons and Dragons, right? So think about the Dungeon Master in a D&D game. Every game of D&D has a different rule set. There's a different type of rule set for a D&D game. If the Dungeon Master doesn't obey their own rules, it makes the game stupid. It makes it not fun. And then you end up saying, this is stupid. I'm leaving. Bye. This game sucks. Right? With every rocket, you have your own stakeholder expectations that denote your systems engineering. All right? What are you trying to do? What does it do? You have your own rules, right? And in some cases of certain rockets, understanding the difference in systems engineering and your stakeholder expectations between a vehicle really can help you understand what this vehicle is supposed to be doing. For instance, Vulcan, the ULA's Vulcan rocket, is a competitor to Falcon 9, is it not? It is a competitor to Falcon 9. It does the same thing. But if you're looking at reusability, if you're looking at reusability as your requirement, if you looked at Vulcan, if SpaceX basically bought ULA and looked at Vulcan and said, all right, what should we do with this? Per SpaceX's criteria for how a rocket should work, Vulcan would be an abject failure. Elon would look at it and say, no, this is dumb. And that's what he usually does. But does that mean Vulcan is a bad rocket? No. Just because it doesn't meet SpaceX's requirements for what a rocket should be, it's not a Falcon 9, doesn't mean it's a bad rocket. That still means it can be competitive. That and the Air Force wants 2 rockets to be able to, or Space Force wants 2 rockets to be able to move into space, right? See what I'm saying, dudes? Vulcan, in Elon's eyes, is a failure, but it's not a failure in Tory Bruno's eyes because it has different sets of systems engineering. Right? Even though they're designed to do the same thing and they have the same goal, right? Now, personally, my personal opinion is that I like reuse. I think reuse is good. I think if we want to go further in the stars, reuse is necessary. That's kind of what Casey's getting at here. I agree with that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that expendable rockets don't have their place if needed. At the dawn of the jet age in the 1960s, everybody thought propeller planes are going to be useless. But nobody's going to use propeller planes anymore. Jets are way better. Do we still have propeller planes? We still have propeller planes. In the 80s, with cars, everybody thought that diesels were the future. Mercedes put diesels in everything. In fact, in Europe, they still do. Well, Volkswagen does too, but everyone puts diesels. Diesels is going to replace the gasoline engine. It's going to be the best. No. It found its place. And personally, I think that's where electric vehicles are going. Electric vehicles are going. Everybody says that, oh, electric vehicles are going to replace everything. They're going to replace, no, they're not. They'll find their place, just like diesels did. Just like propeller engine planes did. Did NASA expect some erosion on the heat shield? No, they did not. They did not expect erosion on their heat shield because they had tested it. It had flight data behind it. The problem is that the flight data for a blocked avcoat heat shield is for Mars injection. JPL used blocked avcoat, right? And the reason why NASA switched to using blocked avcoat is because they had a production supply chain set up for it. And with the blocked avcoat, you can actually inspect it. You can perform some QA. It's harder to perform QA on the honeycomb injected heat shield, which is one of the reasons why NASA changed to a blocked heat shield. There's no way to know if it's going to work until you put it up there and make it work. But yeah, if you want to get into aerospace engineering, guys, never be satisfied with the thing pretty much working. That is never going to get you anywhere. That'll get you an explosion. Think about that, especially if you're a younger kid that wants to get into aerospace engineering. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. If you design a bridge to be able to withstand a truck going across it, and the truck crosses the thing just fine, but it cracks the bridge, that's terrible analysis. Just like Richard Feynman said. He's right. That's 100% correct. Why was there no test of Orion after 2014? No plan. It was supposed to launch on Ares 1, Lazarus. They were supposed to build Ares 1 around it to get a lot of flight data for Orion, so when you eventually did go to send it to the moon, you wouldn't have any surprises. Weird. Since 2022, NASA and Lockheed have changed the heat shield design again, before understanding the root cause of spalling in 2022. Which turned out to have been caused by off-gassing in the resin binder exceeding the tensile strength of the material. NASA had also been concerned by potential delamination of the blocks from their stainless steel backing and had altered the avcoat formula yet again to make it easier to ultrasonically inspect any of these 186 blocks for damage prior to launch. That's what I was just telling you. Unfortunately, this formula change will exacerbate the thermal off-gassing and spalling issue. By how much? It's impossible to say without another test flight, which will cost a lot of money because SLS is the only way to get Orion up there. Yep. Plus 4 years of a $3 billion a year development cost, so $17 billion. Yeah, it's a little bit of an over-exaggeration for hyperbole's sake, but it drives the point home. Orion is not hardware rich, and you're putting people on the next flight, and you don't know, you could be a lot more sure that the heat shield works, but we don't know for sure, but it'll probably be fine. It is quite actually the same exact thing as Challenger. You're okay with the heat shield charring happening, which is, you didn't want it to happen, but it's happening anyway, but you're fine with it. That's not great, dude. Not great. And I said that. There's a huge red flag. Huge red flag. That is actually normalization of deviance. That is the reason why Challenger exploded. Outdoorsman, sorry for a bit of an off-topic question, but are you covering the Ariane 6 launch tomorrow? Sentinel 1D is set to launch tomorrow at 4. Yes, I'll be here. Can you put an Orion on a Vulcan, Falcon, New Glenn, etc., just to test the heat shield? That's a great idea, Lazarus. I said we should do that in 2023. Seriously. Just so we're keeping score, NASA and Lockheed are going to spend 4 times the total development cost of Crew Dragon and 6 times the total cost of an HLS contract on their 3rd attempt to successfully build a capsule heat shield using a technology humans have had for more than 60 years, in which other parts of NASA have successfully deployed on Earth, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Titan. Yeah, exactly, Shaw. I agree. You don't know that for sure, because you can't make the point that they don't know and then say you know. I'm telling you guys, before I read this, you don't know, and that's bad. You don't know. We could know more about that heat shield if we tested it with nobody on board. We could know more. We could understand the spalling more with more flight tests, but we're not. And that's rolling the dice. All right? With spaceflight, all is fair in love and war. If you can weight the dice and then roll them for a better outcome. All right? Rolling the dice just willy-nilly is just that. You're not improving your odds of success. You're making your odds of success less, which is bad. That's not a good thing. Just so we're keeping score, and okay, all right. Only now we're finally up against the wall on schedule here, so NASA plans to run the 3rd Orion heat shield test as part of Artemis 2 with 4 astronauts on board. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. You spelled Hansen wrong. It has an E in it. He spells it with an E, but... Just saying. Is it unrealistic for me to think that testing a heat shield on a manned flight is a little silly? No, Badger, that's what I'm saying. That's dumb. That is dumb. You shouldn't do that. That's dumb. Don't get me wrong. It might work. It might be fine. You know, if somebody was on the Artemis 1 capsule, they would have been fine. But if somebody was on STS-51C, they would have been fine. That doesn't mean you're going to be fine the next time around. AJ, I'm not the most in-depth researcher yet with all these plans, but I came across a Lockheed idea for the Mars Precursor lunar lander and wanted to know if you had any thoughts on it. Precursor is a cool architecture, Ravshen, if Lockheed ever does it. And, you know, it'd be cool to see them actually do it instead of just making a bunch of renders, but that's just my opinion. Why is it so hard to ride the rules of scuba to spaceflight? I don't know. I don't know, man. Doesn't make any sense. Who've decided to name their spacecraft Integrity will be human guinea pigs for this 2-decade exercise in profligate waste and shockingly poor program management. It all comes back, guys. It all goes back to not having a plan. You don't have a plan, you're going to get rot. You got to have integrity. I'm genuinely concerned for their safety. Last month I pointed out the irony of naming a vehicle as technical integrity and critical heat shield integrity held the lives of the crew. Integrity. When NASA finally got around to releasing public information about the Artemis 1 heat shield, they reported that their technical review committee had robustly debated the merits of the Artemis 2 design change, but ultimately agreed unanimously that the risk could be dispositioned by changing the reentry trajectory to reduce peak heat load. Yeah, but what they fail to tell you is that you can reduce peak heating, but your period of heating gets longer if peak heating is reduced. So the heat shield's going to burn for longer. It's flash frying versus slow cooking. Out of curiosity, what was the logic for STS-1 being crude? The logic was that you wanted to make it like an airplane, dude. You wanted to make the shuttle like an aircraft. So you had pilots. You wouldn't, in the 70s, you wouldn't fly an airplane uncrewed. You'd fly it with the pilots on board. They wanted to treat the shuttle like an airplane. My problem is, and in that regard, flying STS-1 the way they did is not that big of a deal. But what NASA should have done is fly it a bunch. The shuttle did 5 test flights. 5 orbital flight test missions before they certified it for operation. There's your first mistake. 5 missions? A 737 has to do thousands of hours. 747s have to do thousands of hours of qualification and testing before you could ever take a passenger on them. And they tried to make the space shuttle like that. There's your problem. Yeah, they probably should have tested it more. Maybe you wouldn't have been okay. Maybe the O-ring erosion, maybe they would have figured that out. I don't know. So does work as intended, so does work as intended, so they are going to use it as not intended to make it work. Oh God. Yeah. Right, yeah. And they never actually made the changes from the lessons learned from those 5 test flights into the new orbiters. I mean, they did reduce a lot of mass with Challenger, and that's why Challenger is my favorite. Challenger had the least amount of tiles and the most amount of payload capacity. Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavour are based off of Challenger's design, not Columbia's. Immediately, 2 members of the review board came forward denying that they had agreed, underscoring a pattern of half-truths and outright lies that have plagued this program from the very beginning. Charlie Kamada, a former shuttle astronaut and expert on heat shields, who has recently published a book on NASA's ongoing cultural challenges around safety and truth, wrote that senior NASA leadership should be ashamed. I like Charlie. Charlie's a good dude. He's a TPS engineer. He's an astronaut that specialized in thermal protection system engineering. You're inclined to agree. Leadership isn't leadership unless it hurts, and the Orion team evidently needs to be given a hard no once in a while. Don't believe me? Review NASA's independent review team report of August 2024 about the heat shield. Yeah, you guys remember that? We shared that one for Space News. Was O-ring erosion still a thing after the triple O-ring? No. They redesigned the clevis. See, Kraken, if you want my honest opinion, I don't think the post-Challenger SRBs need 3 O-rings. I really don't think they do. I think they added an O-ring to make it triple fault redundant. It's the clevis design between the SRBs that really is what made it a lot better. The clevis design, so in the old design, right, you have the bottom of an SRB has a clevis segment that looks like this, and the top has this, and they go together like that, right? And there's 2 O-rings right here. So when they clevis together, the O-rings seal. But the way this is designed, all right, is like this. So the SRBs actually, when the SRB ignites, flames are intruding into the clevis and actually pulling it apart. They're pulling it apart on purpose. Like, that's just the nature of the design. And that pulls it apart, allowing them to get to the O-rings so the O-rings can erode. Stupid. It's a stupid design. Like, I'm sorry, it's dumb. That's dumb. They should have, like, you know, the thiokol engineers knew. Someone immediately should have said, this is dumb. This design physically makes it so the O-rings are in the line of fire of an SRB jet. Like, how they redesigned the clevis with the 3 O-ring design makes them like this. All right, so if this is the inside of your SRB, the SRB jet goes past it. It's not trying to intrude on the O-ring. So where my thumb is, there's 2 O-rings on this side and 1 O-ring on this side. They changed the clevis design. See where my thumb is? The original design didn't have that. Right? So when the SRB ignites, it tries to bend the clevis open and gets at the SRBs and erodes them. Doing it this way makes it so the SRB jet just keeps going down and it doesn't do a 180 degree to try and get to the O-rings. There's no O-ring erosion with the new design. That's what they rolled out with. They should have just done that from the start. And I don't know why Thiokol wasn't out there testing one of these damn things every day if their stakeholder expectation was flying the shuttle once a week. Just saying. Yeah, that too, demo. History repeats itself. It's kind of stupid. And then, yeah, they released the report, and the entirety of the report was redacted except for who was part of the independent review team. Yep. Last December I wrote, NASA decides to fly the Artemis 2 heat shield as is, saying, A, modifying the reentry profile should mitigate the risk. B, their review board agreed unanimously on this course of action. And C, the flight will be delayed another 8 months, $3 billion of runway to 2026. Yeah, that was that clown fiesta that Bill Nelson hosted. He's, oh, we'll launch when we're ready. No, you won't. Because by this logic, you're not ready at all. You're not going to be ready. You might be ready soon. You don't know because you don't know how your heat shield's going to work. That's kind of a problem. However, additional reporting revealed that the heat shield design was modified since Artemis 1 to make the ultrasound verification of the hull shield bond easier, inadvertently accentuating the design flaw which prevents exhaled gases from diffusing out of the heat shield, leading to cracking and spalling. Additionally, Charlie Camarda, a retired... Charlie's last name is one of those things that makes my voice do weird things. I just say Camarda every time, which is sawhorse. There's just certain words I can't say without Boston happening. Sorry about that. Retired astronaut who specialized in heat shields stated that were at least 2 dissenting voices on the review board. To me, this looks like NASA spent 3 years manufacturing a technical justification to do exactly what they wanted to do anyway. Yeah, that's bad. That's very bad. NASA is basically doing what happens when, you and your buddies are like trying to find some place to eat. And one of the, one of the guys is like, I really want burgers. And everyone's like, we don't really want burgers. And then that one person just keeps trying to, like, oh, I don't know what I should eat. You should eat burgers. No, I don't want burgers. I don't want burgers. Pizza then. Nah, I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. Chinese food. Nah, I don't want that. I don't want that either. I don't want that either. What about pasta? No. I don't want any of that. You know what I'm really craving? Ice cream. If you knew the whole damn time, why the hell did you ask me? The NASA's doing that. No, we should fly it. We should fly it. No, you shouldn't. Yeah, we should fly it. Yeah, tell me why the heat shield won't work. Because it charred and it comes apart during re-entry. You don't want that with the astronauts on board. Yeah, but if we change the trajectory, it'll probably work. No, that's not good. That's not sound engineering. Right? Like, no, yeah, I see what you're saying, but we should still fly. But you should tell me why I shouldn't. Okay, I don't think you should because of this. Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I still think we should fly. That's literally what they're doing. And the worst thing is that they're trying to come up with a technical justification for it.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Hello, it's the ghost of Bill Nelson. Look, I know I made some mistakes as NASA administrator, but I already collected a paycheck. Ha, ha.
I don't think Bill Nelson's dead. Pretty sure he's still alive. So Go Fever is hitting hard. Yeah, the pauses, I know. That was Nova. That tip had Nova written all over it. Pencil whipping is an industry term of art for the process by which enough intermediators brandishing clipboards are brought in to gradually launder a hell no from engineering into an A-OK from technical management. It was cited as a key cause of the Deepwater Horizon disaster. Nice, Tessa. Yeah, you know, Deepwater Horizon, that ended real good. It's common enough in the history of aviation that falsifying maintenance records can get you a free vacation courtesy of the Department of Justice for several years. Yup. Crash site of Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302. The second crash in 6 months of a brand new 737 MAX, who later admitted that the crash was caused not by third world pilots, but by their undocumented FCAS outsourced software hack about which they've deliberately deceived the regulator. Lying to the FAA is a bad idea. Yeah, that's not a good idea. Just Googled it. Apparently, Bill Nelson died on January 20, 2025. Bill Nelson, the politician, is very much still alive, guys. He's 83. He's very much still alive. I don't have any problems with 737 Maxes. I don't have any problems with them. I've flown on them. They're fine. I haven't flown them. I've flown on them. I'm not a pilot. Only on TV. Right? Like. The undocumented FCAS outsourced software hack. Basically, what they did was they implemented a system into the software to take into account the high thrust to weight ratio of a 737 MAX. Because the engines were way more powerful than the original airframe kind of designed, right? So there was a system that they put in place that they didn't tell anybody about, a single redundant system, might I add, that when the plane was taking off, if the positive pitch rate exceeded too much, there was a system that forced the nose of the plane down. The problem is that it was single redundant, and the single redundant part failed. And it registered a plane that was taking off as doing this. So this plane went to take off, and this system nosedived the plane when the pilots couldn't do anything about it. Oops. Nice. Nice. Good job, guys. Keep up the bad work. And they didn't tell them about it. But nowadays it's not a big deal because that system has been redesigned. But yeah. It was the size. The engines were large enough that at high angles of attack, they generate excess forward lift. Yeah, exactly. The bigger engines. They were never designed. The 737 was never designed to have that big of an engine on it. You know what was designed to have a bigger engine on it, Aqualex? You know what? You know what's funny? You know what was designed to do that? That was designed. That was their solution to that problem, the 757. That was supposed to replace the 730. There are certain versions of a 757, particularly the 757-200, I think. I think it's a -200 that have RB211s on them. That thing. Now, I know people are going to look at that and say, oh, pod racing engine. No. RB211s are gigantic engines for a narrow body airliner. That would be like putting 747 engines on a 737. That's huge. The RB, so for reference here, the RB211 engines were on Lockheed's TriStar. 3 of them could move a plane that's almost as big as a 747. With that being said, the 757, the Dash 200, has 2 of them. 757s with the RB211s are insanely fast. That is a very sought-after thing. It's a very sought-after airplane because it's so damn fast. And it has really, really high thrust-to-weight ratio. Yeah, that RB211 is a lot. That's a lot of engine for a plane that size. Oh, boy. Anyway, back to this. We still got more. In 1986, Morton Thiokol engineers, including Roger Bojali, initially warned that the overnight freezing temperatures would compromise seal in the solid rocket boosters that were already known to be performing below spec, the erosion that was aforementioned. Morton Thiokol managed to briefly meet separately from NASA program oversight, systematically asked every dissenting engineer to leave the room, then got back on the line to report that everyone in the room was unanimous that the launch could go ahead. Yeah, I still maintain to this day that the people running NASA that allowed STS-51L to fly should be in prison for life. You should be in jail. And there's a reason why I say this, dudes. You should be in jail. You are a murderer. People that kill people intentionally and obfuscate the truth about what happened usually get tried and go to prison for a long time. I don't want to show that. I would also like to add that an interim acting administrator was the person that allowed STS-51L to fly that day. Just no reason. No reason to mention that. Yeah, that's manslaughter. Exactly. You should go to jail for that. You should be in jail. Like, this is not... Dude, this isn't like, oh, we're all heartbroken by this. It's nobody's fault. No, no, no. No, no, no. It's your fault, you stupid bitch. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It pisses me off, man. My bad. My bad. My bad. Sorry, EJ got a little heated there. Didn't need to happen. The shuttle could have been amazing, but no, you ruined it because you suck. Anyway, 17 years later, after many years of ignoring tile damage caused by broken foam, Columbia's luck ran. I don't want to show that. I'm not showing that crap on stream. Sorry. I have a big problem with that. Yeah, well, it's okay outdoors, but there's blood on their hands. Fess up. It's okay. Those people, when they die, they're going to hell. They ain't going up there, that's for sure. They ain't going there. You're going down there. And, yeah, you're going to... Oh, Lucifer's going to have some fun with you, you piece of sh... Anyway. Excuse me. Sorry for yelling. It didn't work for Halliburton, it didn't work for Boeing, it didn't work for Challenger, didn't work for Columbia. NASA needs to stop pencil whipping fractally, axiomatically compromised systems. Enough is enough. I agree. All this would be inexplicable enough if indeed Avcoat was the only known material from which heat shields could be built. But while Lockheed continues to soak the US taxpayer and play chicken with the lives of astronauts with this flight-proven but completely different design, Lockheed happily built a pica heat shield for JPL's large Mars rovers, Curiosity and Perseverance, and SpaceX's Dragon capsule also uses pica. Phenolic and see, here's the thing. This is what I don't get that. I don't get that. Phenolic impregnated carbon ablator has not been used for a trans-earth injection trajectory. It's not. It has not been used for that. A vehicle that's designed to enter on Mars from a trans-earth injection, so like Curiosity and Perseverance, that is an entirely different heating regime than coming back from the moon, going to Earth. I disagree with that. I disagree. I don't think Pica has zero flight heritage for cislunar exploration. Zero. Athcode at least has something. Yeah, Rocket Guy, that makes no sense. To even insinuate here that Pica could be Pica's a phenolic impregnated carbon ablator could be better than Avcode is disingenuous. That's not right. Casey's wrong. He is 100% wrong in this regard. Pica has no flight heritage, nothing for a trans-earth injection, nothing, not even close. That's wrong. That is 100% wrong. Someone in chat mentioned that while the missions that used Avcode did indeed work, there was no way to check how well it worked once on Mars. Yeah, that's a good point. Why is Lockheed building a worse heat? Yeah, that's wrong. No, that's wrong. No. We're done here. Orion is far too expensive, too slow, too heavy, fundamentally flawed, unsafe, unfit for purpose. I'm calling it. Success is no longer in the set of possible outcomes and hasn't been for well over a decade. Let's stop pretending. I mean, if you fly the thing more, you could probably figure out this, but you'd probably want to fly it with like nobody on it. If Lockheed had managed to develop Orion on time and budget with well-designed and functional internal systems, perhaps it would have had a grand career ferrying astronauts to and from the space station, and perhaps even a few trips around the moon. What? Wait a minute. That's what they wanted it to do. That's what it was designed to do. But somebody else decided we shouldn't do that. Wait a minute. Casey, what are you saying, man? Like, it's not Lockheed's decision to make the capsule fly less. Perhaps NASA would not have been left with an 8-year capability gap requiring dependency on and enormous corrupt transfer payments to our geopolitical adversary, Russia, even as they continued their lawless extraterrestrial adventurism in South Ossetia, Abkhazia, and Ukraine. By now, with the arrival of Dragon and Starship, this mature capsule with dozens of flights under its belt would be heading for an honorable retirement. I don't understand that. I think the point was if they hadn't milked the system, we would have had Orion long before Dragon. I see Aqualex, I don't buy that. I don't buy it, dude. The reason why I don't buy it is because it's hard to do anything with a capsule where the launch vehicle that you wanted for said capsule got canceled. Yeah, Dabbledog, for sure. If he's saying Lockheed delivered to spec and on time, it would have been flying. On what? SLS? Guys, look, man, it's not all on Lockheed. Casey himself said it a little bit earlier in the article. It's a team effort. This is a team effort. It's not all on Lockheed. What the hell's Lockheed supposed to do? Lockheed says, okay, Lockheed goes to NASA and says, when do you need this capsule? Oh, well, we'll need it when SLS is done. Well, when's SLS going to be done? What are you supposed to do? Seriously, even if, like, say, even if Lockheed wanted to deliver a capsule, like, even if they wanted to deliver a fully working Orion, what are you going to do? Like, there's no incentive to deliver anything because you don't know when the rocket for it is going to be ready, so you can't test it because they don't know when the rocket is going to be ready because NASA has no goals. The trebuchet, at this point, I mean, maybe. Like, it's not all on them. It really isn't. You canceled the vehicle that Orion was supposed to launch on. The dedicated vehicle for Orion to launch on. You canceled it. And then you're sitting here wondering why we don't launch it? Question? Instead, the greed and disinterest of NASA's prime contractor and its overseers in NASA doomed this project from the very start. The only saving grace is that it has progressed so slowly that it has not yet had the opportunity to kill another, but come on. Come on. The 30 billion suggests otherwise? What are you supposed to do? Username. Now, don't get me wrong. Orion is notoriously expensive, but I will say that if Ares 1 had launched, it would not be this expensive. The reason why it's expensive is because the reason why it's expensive is because they've had to keep the program on life support for God knows how long, for 20 years. Look, and I'm not trying to sit there and say that these big corporations aren't trying to weasel NASA. They're not trying to like weasel NASA for every nickel and dime. They absolutely are. And NASA just kind of bends over and say, "Oh yeah, here, take another $1 billion. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you need 4 billion more? Oh yeah, all right, we got it." Like, they definitely do. And that's not okay, but you can't blame Lockheed entirely. Yeah. Tell me more about how much money you need. Like, don't ever do that again. Drove the point home, didn't it? It may surprise you to learn that after 20 years of development and before a single operational flight, it is now NASA's official policy that both SLS and Orion should be canceled. But for some reason, not until after Artemis 3, the first human moon landing since 1972. If you're keeping score at home, this is the second cancellation after the Second Augustine Commission recommended. This is the second cancellation after the Second Augustine Commission recommended ending Constellation. You're unsubbing because of that, Admiral? Sorry, man. Do what you gotta do. Why, I wonder, should we shovel another $3.2 billion a year into this program for as long as it takes to fail to ship a functional product? If Orion's manifold failures are so evident today that both the executive and NASA leadership have lost faith in flying the capsule with crew just twice and barely 4 times in total, why not just cancel it today? I'll resub if you do it again. wait, what? How excited are you about another test launch with a landing near the Indian Ocean? That's what I think the next flight is going to be for Starship, Alex. When do they send stuff somewhere? The flight after that, dude. That's right. The official policy of the United States of America is to take the $31 billion we've already spent on Orion and the $4 billion or so more we'll spend on it in the next few years, plus the $60 billion or so we spend on SLS, and fly a total of 8 people in space for 10 days each. That is well over $1 billion per human space day, or something like 300 times more expensive than the already exorbitant ISS operations budget. Ignoring sunk costs and taking into account the only money that would be saved if this entire sorry debacle was shuttered immediately, we would still be spending well over $100 million per person per day by the time SLS and Orion launch 4 astronauts halfway to the moon, then hand them over to a modern, capable HLS spacecraft to finish the job. It takes true creativity to waste this much money on something so useless and dangerous. NASA cannot justify so brazenly and pointlessly risking the lives of astronauts on SLS Orion, the SLS Orion death trap. Guys, look. Everybody keeps saying SLS is a death trap. SLS is a death trap. And I disagree. I very much disagree. I disagree empirically. Do you know why? When Artemis 1 happened, SLS had a 99.99% insertion accuracy, meaning that rocket did exactly about as good as you can, exactly what NASA wanted it to do. I would argue that SLS is actually really good. I don't think SLS is a death trap at all. Is it over budget? Yes, absolutely. Should it fly more? Yes, absolutely. Is it stupid that it costs like $2 billion a launch to fly it? Yes, if you flew it more, it wouldn't cost that much. The real problem with SLS is that it's flat funded, which means there's no time to develop the vehicle. They developed the vehicle on a shoestring budget, so that slowed progress because you weren't given the proper funding capital allocation to develop a super heavy launch vehicle. They've been trying to develop something that's on par with the Saturn V for the price of the Gemini program, and that's going to take time. That's why this is happening. The contractors, because there's no schedule, have no incentive to actually do this punctually at any point. Right? But I will say this. I don't think SLS is a death trap. Orion with its heat shield might be fine. You could reduce your cone of uncertainty here. Cone of uncertainty is a principle that NASA talks about from the early part of the Orion program. Basically, figure out how to do as much as you possibly can, and when you go to do the mission, leave no mental stone unturned. Try to figure out as much as you possibly can. You're obviously not going to be able to simulate a lunar landing, right? You're not going to be able to do that, right? So with Apollo, they kind of got as close as they could, and then eventually you just had to commit. Powered descent initiation on Apollo 11. You had to do it. There's just a hurdle that you had to get over. But they reduced every single part of the mission up until that point, doing Apollo 8, or Apollo 7, Apollo 8, Apollo 9, and Apollo 10. That basically qualified every facet of the mission except the landing, because the landing you can't test. You have to do it. You see what I'm saying? You can reduce the cone of uncertainty. You can buy down risk by isolating unknown unknowns. That's super important to systems engineering and spaceflight. How does this compare to James Webb on a large scale? I get his position, honestly, but I feel like the emotional position of cancel is the same mentality again. That's been stripping NASA since Apollo. Correct. You do not cancel flown space hardware. That is dumb. That has never, ever, ever worked. Aqualux, it's never worked. You're right. I agree with you. Cancel it and replace it with what? What are we replacing it with? SpaceX? SpaceX can do it for cheaper. You understand that's defunding NASA, right? Just to make sure we're on the same page here. You cancel SLS, you cancel the Artemis program, you cancel Orion, you do it with SpaceX. That is defunding NASA. To a T. That's defunding NASA. That is the same exact thing as going to the Science Mission Directorate and saying you need 25 billion, here's 18. I'm sick of hearing risk buy down. I have a CDR in 3 weeks. I'm sorry, man. I'm trying to teach these guys the right thing. I'm trying to teach these guys how to systems engineer.
Go and throttle up.
This is important. Especially if you want to work in the aerospace industry. It's super important to understand this. But wait, there's more. Why stop now? We're having so much fun. Like my SLS posts, I'm motivated by the observation that there does not seem to be a fully comprehensive list of project failures related to Orion. Even Wikipedia appears to have been scrubbed. Never fear, I'll go into some detail here. I am, however, quite certain that I'm barely scratching the surface. Let me know what I've missed. Do you think the Lockheed lunar lander lobbyists are feeling stupid for kickstarting SpaceX's own lunar program? No. I don't think they have the wherewithal to understand what's going to happen, no good, to be 100% honest with you. There's other blog posts. We're not halfway through this. There's other posts on this blog, for what it's worth. In addition to the unexpected heat shield damage on Artemis 1 in 2022, NASA subsequently found that the separation bolts that attached Orion to the European service module had unexpected levels of erosion. Yep, this is what I was wondering. I was wondering if he'd talk about this. As reported in May of 2024, NASA Office of Investigator General report, and also by Jeff Faust at Space News. Part of the challenge of the bolts is that after separation, the metallic structure penetrates through the avcoat heat shield. As a metal, its thermal conductivity, melting point, and coefficient of thermal expansion are markedly different from the refractory heat shield. Basically, metal is not avcoat. That's the right way to say that. So they heat up and burn and ablate differently. That can also cause cracking because the metal expands a lot faster. Avcoat just burns off. Metal expands. In Artemis 1, 3 of the 4 bolts experienced greater than expected gapping and intrusion of hot plasma, further compromising the heat shield. And look, fellas, something interesting to note. Orange stains. Because when steel ablates, it rusts, it oxidizes, it rusts it. It doesn't melt, it doesn't burn off, it rusts. See? Just like we saw on Starship. Oh, speak of the devil. Heat shields are non-trivial. We've seen that with SpaceX's struggle to prevent flap damage on the Starship flight test, not to mention the loss of Columbia and the near loss of STS-27 back in 1988. Yeah, that picture is not supposed to be... That picture's not supposed to be public. Yeah, I don't know how that picture got out. That's not supposed to... Yeah, we weren't supposed to see that. That's burn through on the inside of Starship's payload bay, by the way. Unlike Starship, which is intentionally pushed to failure during the rapid and capital efficient development. How does he know that? Cirrus, I wouldn't call the Starship program capital efficient yet. If it does what SpaceX wants it to do, i.e. if Starship works as a viable Mars transfer and moon colonization architecture, then yes, I would call it capital efficient. I would not call it capital efficient right now, and I'm saying that as a SpaceX fanboy. You are off your rocker if you think SpaceX has received any return on investment here for the Starship program. They have sunk billions of dollars, to Elon's own admission, billions of dollars into this program. Billions. At this point, it's carrying a price tag almost as big as SLS is. Just saying. And the ship sank, too. Even with the HLS. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, I understand what he's trying to say. Capital efficient is not the way to... That's not... I wouldn't call it that. SpaceX is using iterative development. Iterative development in systems engineering is the most expensive way to do things, but it yields you very fast prototyping and results. It is the most expensive. The next most expensive way is all-up testing, which is what SLS is using. You build the whole thing out. Blue Origin uses all-up testing as well. You build the whole damn thing and then send it. That is also very risky, but it's not as risky as flying 5 test flights a year and having every single one of them go suborbital and some of them explode. But it's not about spending the money with how SpaceX does things. It's not about being capital efficient. Because being capital inefficient through this rapid prototyping iteration is putting equity in the company because you're the only one that knows how to do it. That's the whole point. It is the opposite of capital efficient. Now, I get it. I'm splitting hairs, but Starship is not cost effective. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous to even imply that. And once again, I love SpaceX. I love the Starship program. I want the Starship program to be 100% successful. I want them to do everything, and they will. I think they will. But saying that this is somehow some capital efficient operation is ridiculous. It does have transformational capabilities, but that comes at a cost. NASA and Lockheed were not expecting the Orion heat shield to break, either by spalling or by excessive bolt erosion. Bad analysis, man. Starliner didn't think its thrusters were going to melt. This failure tells us nothing except that the model of reality employed in Lockheed's Orion engineering practice does not conform with actual reality. In my view, this is excusable for a student project. It's not acceptable for NASA's flagship moon rocket. You know what? That's a little bit harsh. I agree. I agree with him. Their analysis is caca. Refactoring the heat shield design after a test flight? Stupid. That's really not a good idea, especially with a low flight rate. That's a really bad idea. You would think that after 20 years of development, they would have left no stone unturned, no design feature unchecked. Well, how? By flight testing the capsule with what rocket? Remember, you canceled the rocket that they wanted to do all that on. And had enough time to do the math correctly. Bro, it's not... But in my experience, speed often correlates with excellence because it forces pragmatic design choices and extrudes incompetence from the organization. Now, that's not wrong. He's not wrong. So, but my question to Casey at this point was, how could Orion go fast? How could they go fast? How? How is that? How could they have gone fast? Seriously, does anybody have an answer for that one? How could the Orion program after EFT1 have gone quick? How could they have, how could they have gone, what could they have done to go faster? Guys, eventually you're going to have to get to a point in flight where you got to test the heat shield. And they couldn't for 14 freaking years. So they've been in a holding pattern for a decade. Does Orion's ridiculous costs make more sense now? I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying you can't just sit here and be like, this was so expensive. I don't understand why it's so expensive. This is expensive. It's expensive because they can't do anything with it. The program is in a holding pattern. It's been in a holding pattern for 15 frigging years. You need to launch it so they can figure out how to dial in the stupid heat shield. They can't dial in the stupid heat shield, and they have to basically leave the heat shield as a until you get another test flight. But you can't get another test flight because the rocket is designed to launch one time a year. And we haven't even hit that yet. That's why NASA needs to be cleaned out. That's what I'm saying. Lockheed is, dude, you can't look at SLS and Orion and just be like, corporation's bad. Like, no. That misses the point completely. That is a component to this for sure. But these guys have to pull their head out of their butt. But the most important thing, and I've been saying this for a freaking decade, the most important thing is that the presidency and Congress have to prioritize our space program as something they actually want to do and not just some stupid, whatever. You have to have a goal. You have to have an interim goal. You have to have scheduling milestones. Without scheduling milestones, none of this matters. As of 2024, NASA's plan was to mitigate the problem for Artemis 2 with extra avcoach shims and later redesign the part for later capsules. About 8 remain under construction, despite the current plan to delete the entire program after no more than 2 flights. I don't even want to think about how NASA management is going to accidentally on purpose bungle the cancellation penalty negotiation. We may well end up with spending more just getting Lockheed to go away than we have on the entire commercial space program, cargo, crew, clips, HLS, everything. It would still be worth it. Every day we spend on this thing is a day those engineers waste their talent and passion on a dead-end project. How are they supposed to spend their talent and passion? The thing doesn't fly. Like, dude, I ain't no Lockheed shill by any means. You should not have redesigned that heat shield after one test flight, refactored the entire design, knowing you weren't going to be in a hardware-rich program. That is a bonehead move. That's Ray Finkel boneheaded move. All right? I'm looking for Ray Finkel and a clean pair of shorts. Like, there's no angels here, all right? Laces out. Damn, Finkel is Einhorn. Finkel is Einhorn. Oh my God, you know, like. Service module problems. As outlined above, the profligate weight grown on Orion and the underperformance of SLS squeezed the service module to the point where it simply could not carry enough fuel to be useful. With less than 1.4, or with less than 1450 meters, less than 14, okay, it has 1500 meters a second delta V, all right? Significantly less than the barest minimum 1640 meters a second required to insert from translunar injection to low lunar orbit and then depart via trans-Earth injection. Apollo had about 2500 meters a second of data. You had 2500 meters a second of delta V. You said 2800 before. Enough to bring the lunar lander from TLI into low lunar and have some margin for course corrections. Hey, Sewer Rat, what's up? So if we delve into the archives and bring you NASA OIG report IG 16-029, released September 16, it was September 6, 2016. Back then, if you can believe it, everybody maintained that they were just 2 years from EM1, Artemis 1, which actually flew 6 years later. It's because Hurricane Irma destroyed Michoud that year and set the program back by a year at least because it destroyed Michoud. No? All right, never mind. Okay, yeah, it's 6 years later. All right. The problem identified as the key schedule risk was the ESA's prime contractor, Airbus Defence and Space, responsible for delivering the ESM and then running a few months late. I don't know when the ESM actually shipped, but delivering anything related to the Orion program within 3 months of schedule is worthy of a medal. The ESM uses the AJ-10 engine. It's an AJ-10-190. It's derived from the shuttle. 26 kilonewtons of thrust for propulsion. Previous variants were used with the shuttle's intermediate thrust orbiter maneuvering system engine. The Apollo service module's primary engine, which was a different version of an AJ-10. And indeed was first flown in 1958 when it launched Vanguard 1 into orbit. Plenty of flight heritage, but also nearly 70 years old and not as efficient or light as modern engines. What? If there's another pressure-fed hypergol system... Oh, guys, this was just linked to me. Thank you, sir. So about those pica heat shields. About those pica heat shields being being the end-all be-all solution. What are you talking about? Oh, that's weird. It's very strange. Thank you for linking that, kind stranger. Does anybody understand how to do, like, I read this damn book religiously. Does anybody else do this? Like, I don't understand. Like, NASA, Lockheed, everyone violates this book, like, on a day-to-day basis. Am I missing something here? Like, am I not supposed to, like, listen to that book that NASA wrote on how to spaceflight correctly? Like, now, Rocket Guy, this is so good, man. You want to never kill a Kerbal in KSP? Read this damn book. It's free. You can get it in a PDF from NASA. NASA Systems Engineering. It is free. It's free. The house is free. Anybody can read it right now. You want to understand how to make a space program right? Read that. I don't understand what the bone to pick with the AJ-10. The AJ-10's a great engine. Could you make a better one now? Yeah, maybe. You just went Billy Mays on us. Yeah, but I'm not trying to sell you anything. The book is free, damn it. Plenty of flight heritage, but also nearly 70 years old and not as efficient or light as modern engines. There is not an efficient and lighter hypergolic engine that is comparable, that's comparable to an AJ-10. I'm sorry, there is not. If there is, please someone let me know. RL-10s were engineered in the late 50s. We still use those. Just saying, because you know why? Because it's a damn good design. The primary problem with the lower thrust engine relative to the payload mass is that impulsive maneuvers take longer, depriving missions of the full benefit of the O-berth effect. Now that's right for sure. Yeah, absolutely. One second. The AJ-11. Oh yeah, he's an engineer. Yeah, he is. He's ex-JPL rocket guy. I don't understand. There's nothing wrong with AJ-10s. In fact, I should say we should make more long nozzle variants of AJ-10s, like the Delta K stage. We should just go make more of those. NASA, they're not a complicated motor. NASA could make them in-house for not a lot of money.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
95, 95. 95, you're an RSSRO player. Will you tell these people how awesome the AJ-10 is? 68-month resub. Our AJ-10's no longer used. No, AJ-10s are the Orion SPS. That's a service propulsion system engine. Guys, all right, reference here. Little bit of reference time. The Kerbal equivalent of an AJ-10 is the Wolfhound engine. Now, keep in mind, that's the Apollo CSM variant, and some of the specific impulse numbers are changed for gameplay purposes, but that's the equivalent. What do you want to use? Super Dracos? I mean, Super Dracos would be great for a service propulsion system. I'd be curious how a Super Draco would work with a long pulse width modulation burn. It would probably break it. Super Dracos are not designed to fire for very long periods of time. That's like saying I want my plane to be powered by ejector seat motors. Seems like we are beating a dead horse. Sorry, Chris B. Can we talk more about more space news other than this? I want to finish this. I'm just curious. We're already deep here. It's not going to be much more. So, complicating matters. Aerojet itself has endured an avalanche of mergers, consolidations, relocations, layoffs, and is but a shadow of its former self. Now that I kind of agree with. Driving NASA to award a $270 million contract in 2021 to improve production. Improve production? No. Restart production. AJ-10s haven't been made. Yeah, no. It would have been improved. Not improved. It would have been restart. The last AJ-10 that was made by Aerojet previously was an AJ-10 for a Delta K upper stage for the ISAT-2 mission in 2018. Because that was a Delta 2. So they didn't idle the production line for AJ-10s for 3 years. No way. He's an ex-NASA engineer. This is an interesting blog post, Sir Rat. I agree with a lot of this stuff, but I don't agree with some of it. Some of this is not right. I will tell you this, guys. The gist of this is that it's not all Lockheed's fault. It really isn't. And I'm not a shill for corporate welfare or anything. All right? Boeing and Lockheed should do something with this. Do something with this architecture. Show us your lunar architecture. Do something with it. But NASA has been dragging their feet because they don't have a plan. How can Lockheed and Boeing be good prime contractors if not even NASA knows when you want to launch the next mission? No, this is all a single post. It's 12,000 words. It's pretty good. To improve reduction in Perditio RFI in 2020 for a new design for Artemis 7 Plus. Though what are the chances anything related to Orion is going to be flying by then? Either way, Aerojet is getting over $100 million per engine that NASA already owns just to refurbish them. Now, see, I have a problem with that. $100 million? Now, here's the thing, fellas. I'll tell you this right now. I don't know the details of this contract, but I'll tell you why they're carrying $100 million pay. Like, do I agree with it? No, that's stupid. Hey, Boomin' Studios, what's going on? Thank you for the raid. Now, it's total cost involved, Ga. Exactly. They're not improving production. They're restarting production. So them building out the assembly line for newer AJ-10s, right? Them building out the assembly line, sourcing all the parts, setting up all the supply chains, hiring the people to put them together, the engineers to redesign them are incorporated into your unit cost per engine. NASA always funds on TCI, total cost involved, okay? That is important to understand. Development costs and supply chain sourcing and building out the assembly line are incorporated into your cost, which is why NASA stuff apparently carries a heavy price tag. It's not. It's not as much as you might think. They're also arguably the only company that can do this. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I'll ask again. Is there, he makes the point that He makes a point here that, the AJ-10 is old. Okay, is there any commercial space equivalent to this thing? Seriously, is there anything like an AJ-10 190? Anything? Does anyone have a hypergolic engine that's rated for something like this? There's nothing. There's nothing else. Why is there nothing else? There's nothing else because the cislunar economy is not profitable. So making an engine that's specifically designed to do something like this is a waste. It's a waste of time. Someone mentioned ASTIS. What's that? ASTIS is a hypergolic liquid fuel rocket engine used on the upper stage of the Ariane 5 family of rockets for orbital insertion. Coaxial swirl. What is this? 132 coaxial injector elements causing swirl mixing of the MMH propellants with NTO. Pressure vet engine allows for multiple reignitions. What's the thrust on this? 29.6. Actually, I thought of something. Hold on. Son of a gun. EJ, did you see what happened this weekend in NASCAR? Zilich got robbed. Hamlin got robbed. Playoffs are stupid. NASCAR needs to get rid of them. That's where I'm at, ZTG. Stupid. An RS-88, I mean, that's a little bit... The hypergolic is 176 kilonewtons. That's a little bit on the, that's a little bit over-engineered for application, but... Yeah, why not use an RS-88? That production line is open. Aerojet's been making those. Why not use those? Why refurbish AJ-10s? I think that's the real question to ask here. Whatever. This may seem astonishingly generous, but the same contractor is getting $420 million per engine to refurbish NASA's dwindling supply of SSME engines that power the SLS core stage. Total cost involved. They're roping the development costs of the RS-25E, the future version of that, into the development. That's why it's $420 million per engine. Nice work if you can get it. You specifically can't get it. This kind of handout isn't for regular people. Bro. Oh, here it comes. For your reference, SpaceX spends less than 400 million developing, building the entire Falcon 9 rocket, including its industry-leading Merlin 1D engines and the reuse hardware that has seen this platform launch 140 times this year, with 2 months still to go. Okay, here's the thing. There's no doubt about it that Falcon 9 is cost-effective, but you're never going to know that number. That number is not public. RS-88 was not chosen because it didn't exist for the first 7 years of the program. No. Yeah, the hypergolic derivative, huh? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Now, once again, guys, I'm not trying to say that SpaceX doesn't do things for cheaper. They absolutely do. But that's not... They didn't spend $400 million to make Falcon 9 Block 5, guys. I'm sorry. That's not a thing. Since Constellation, yes, it's set in stone. This entire rocket platform that single-handedly upholds U.S. space interests, primarily privately funded and Falcon 9 is not primarily privately funded. It was part of the Commercial Orbital Transport Services program. It was subsidized by NASA. Nice try. For less than NASA gives their buddies at Aerojet to refurbish one engine that NASA already paid to develop and built decades ago. It's outrageous. Does this man not understand what total cost involved means? Now, don't get me wrong. Once again, there's no excuse. There's no excuse for our national space program to be doing what it's doing like this. There's no excuse for that. I agree with that. But that's... I'm not liking the conclusions being drawn here. They're not... You're comparing different contracting structures to each other. That's like saying I have $100 and 100 pounds sterling, and it's like, look, I have 100. They're the same. No. The claim is right, but your conclusions were all wrong. Halsey acted stupidly. And yeah, not giving NASA... Falcon 9 is not privately funded. It's not primarily privately funded. NASA gave the seed money. For Falcon 9, Dragon 1, and Dragon 2. Like, what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? Just 9 more seasons, Morty. 9 more. You and me. 9 more all the way. What are you talking about? Quick adventure, in and out. Let's go. Artemis 1, 2, and 3 have flown, will fly, with reconditioned shuttle OMS engines to sidestep the lack of a current supply chain, which will likely cost over $1 billion to restart. I thought you said it was improving it, not restarting it just a second ago. Am I stupid? Supposedly it was cheaper, faster, and easier to use these ancient flight heritage components, but it hasn't worked out. I don't remember the AJ-10 having any problems during Artemis 1, do you? Well, it's mostly paid by Starlink. No, Starlink is an internally funded mission. There were private customers that assisted with, that flew on Falcon 9, Drew, for sure, absolutely. But NASA gave the seed money. The Commercial Orbital Transport Services and Commercial Resupply is the seed money for Falcon 9. That was your Series A investment for that project. It's not primarily privately funded. That's ridiculous to insinuate that it was developed with private funds. It was not. Like, guys, I love Falcon 9. I'm a huge fanboy, but I'm not into making up history. That's not how that happened. Like, I like Casey. I like his arguments. I just that's not a good argument. That's not a good way to prove it. That's wrong. And that hurts your argument when you peddle this stuff. It's not right. And I like the dude. He seems like a cool dude. His points are absolutely right. Artemis 1, 2, and 3 will fly with reconditioned shuttle OMS engines. Supposedly it was cheaper, faster, and easier to use these ancient flight heritage components, but it hasn't worked out. By comparison, SpaceX spent about $800 million to develop the entire Crew Dragon. No, SpaceX did not spend $800 million. NASA paid them, dude. Which have a window and a life support system. What do you... Yeah, exactly, Rocket Guy. That's why I always say, like, we need to refactor the architecture. Orion needs to fly on New Glenn or Vulcan or something. I'm always into fixing the problem, because just sitting what are you talking about, man? That's wrong. That's not right. Okay, that's kind of funny, but yeah. Hey, Yarg. We live in a world where Lockheed, Boeing, Aerojet, Bechtel, Northrop Grumman get 90% of your tax-funded space dollars, largesse, and SpaceX delivers 90% of the global market share. We could be playing baseball on the moon by now. But didn't you just say that SpaceX launching Falcon 9 to the moon would be largely symbolic, like earlier in this exact post? Where's the Ford mug? Actually, I brought it down in the dishwasher. Exterio. I'm washing it right now. I mean, baseball on the moon would be cool, but I want golf. Oh, engine testing at McGregor. And the OLM is still being cut up. You need a Yankees mug? No, I don't. One more thing. In 2017, it emerged that the shuttle OMS engine valve, which was rated to 250 psi, was failing at Orion's ESM pressure of 350 psi. I'm sure there were valid reasons for increasing the propellant pressure, but this does again undermine the assumption that validated flight heritage hardware is faster and easy to use. That sounds like a colossal systems engineering screw-up, which is kind of par for the course with my bone to pick with SLS. You're washing your coffee mug for this time? I haven't washed it in a long time, dude. I'm sensing a pattern here, a certain whiff of PowerPoint engineering. For some inscrutable reason, NASA chose to build the Orion service module around an obsolete engine no longer in production. You said it was improvements, like with sharply limited supply in such poor condition that they had to give nearly $1 billion to the contractor Aerojet to get them ready to fly again. After which valves and seals had their usual problems, and the engine performance had to be derated even further. I mean, the whole point that Casey's trying to make here is that the ESM is a piece of junk. And I do agree with that, for what it's worth. I do agree. It is. It's a piece of junk. But a really roundabout way of saying it. It's just say it's not fit for purpose. It's a piece of junk. I really struggle to imagine a more rankly incompetent acquisition strategy. Agreed. See, yeah, no, that's right. For sure. I am not sure whether it is more stupid or more evil. I decline to adjudicate. It's because there's no mission. There's no mission. Eckless problems. Oh boy. The environmental control and life support system has an easily defined job. Maintain temperature, pressure, and air quality in the capsule. They're quite hard to engineer correctly on the first try, as was found on the USS Nautilus during initial sea trials. Amine contamination. The shuttle first flight, temperature, extreme gas from H2 dissolved in the onboard water supply. Oh yeah, hydrogen does that, by the way. Yeah. Remember how we said it leaks? Better to say it was designed for a different architecture and shoehorned into the SLS architecture, which brings problems, of course. It's always been a space architecture problem, Rocket Guy. I don't know why people come up with all these other things to try and prove that. It's architecture. Orion doesn't work with this architecture because it was designed for Constellation. And then we neutered it to work with this architecture to save money. And now it sucks. This is not hard. The most recent Augustine report. NASA at a crossroads. Yep. Yeah. It's interesting that he invoked that. All right, let's see what he says. Spends hundreds of pages setting up a dichotomy between NASA's allegedly underfunded flagship programs and their glacial progress. If we want real progress, we are told we need to turn on the infinite money tap. That's generally how this works. Generally. Yeah, that's generally how this works. You have to spend money if you want to go to the moon. The Apollo program wasn't cheap. Neither is the Starship program. I'm just putting it out there. Hang on, let me just see something. Oh my word. We might have to make this a two-parter, dudes. Wow. Do you think SLS will ever stop being used for Artemis missions and be like canceled? Guys, I gotta make this a two-parter, dude. This is nuts. So Eccles problems. We'll read Eccles problems tomorrow. Yeah. Wow. I mean, once again, I agree with what he's saying, but the entire thing can be traced back to getting rid of Constellation. I mean, so TLDR, SLS sucks. Anything we didn't know. Any after hours tonight, boss? Oh yeah. Claims are correct. I agree. I agree that, see, this is where I agree that we need to be doing something with this program. This program has spent all this freaking money and it does nothing. Guys, the reason why is because no president has sat there. The reason why is because no president has sat there and come up with a solid goal. We haven't had one since Constellation. The Artemis program? Go to the moon to learn how to get to Mars? What does that even mean? That's a long-term goal being disguised as a short-term goal. The Artemis program has hopes of going to Mars in the 2030s. Mars in the late 2030s. You sure about that? You sure about that? Felt like he didn't like Constellation either. I don't understand why people hate Constellation so much. I really don't get it. They claim people hate Constellation and that they also hate SLS, not realizing that SLS is a direct result of Constellation getting canceled. The same people that said that Constellation should be canceled because it's too expensive are saying SLS is too expensive, so it should be canceled. It's the same thing. It's the same argument. Give me 1 second. Oh, that sucks, God. I get it for sure. Like, I understand what he's saying. The program needs to be refactored. Ares 1 was an abomination. I have no problems with Ares 1. What's wrong with Ares 1? Like, you never even saw the thing work. You saw one iterative test. That's like saying Starhopper, like watching the Starhopper flight and then saying Starship would have failed. What? What are you talking about? A more apt analogy would be being Apollo 4, the first Saturn V launch, and being like, nah, this thing is pogo, it's not going to work. NASA seems like one big nirvana fallacy, doing nothing because there's no perfect solution. A concrete deadline, dudes, like getting to the moon by 2028 and beating China there is probably a good... you guys can hate Orange Man, you can love him, you can hate him, I don't care. That's a good deadline. Just like before, the current president's first term when he said get back to the moon in 2024 also was a good idea. You guys didn't notice how he started saying that and stuff started happening? We saw the Orion abort test, Artemis 1, core stage, the green run. That stuff all started happening because they had a deadline to scale to. In your honest opinion, that's not the president's job. And that's one of the problems screwing us. The one time it's worked is the exception that proves the rule. Do you really want to recreate what made it work? The executive branch's job is to execute the directives to put them from the legislative branch. Directives put to them from the legislative branch, but in this case, they come up with their own directives every 4 to 8 years. Agwix, I'm not going to sit here and say that that system is ideal, because that's the system that got Constellation canned. It was kind of an unspoken rule to not do that, right? Keep the space shuttle flying, etc., etc. It's kind of an unspoken rule not do that. One guy broke the rule, and now we have a problem. Realistically, where would space flight be if SpaceX never existed? We'd have a really big problem on our hands, S. Yeah, really big problem on our hands. Anyway, guys, we'll do part 2 of looking through Casey's blog post here. I liked a lot of the things that he said, but that at the end there he kind of lost me. But we'll get through. I'm wondering if he wants to go through the, like when he goes through the technical problems. I'm wondering what he's going to say. Anyway, give me 1 second. Let me talk to Bree real quick. Merge SpaceX and NASA together easy. I don't know, man, but tell Brimo we say hi. Okay. Cool. Chat says hi. Last, what's up, Noctrolox? Do you think SLS will ever stop being used for Artemis missions and be canceled like the other vehicles? Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't answer you. I think SLS should be, if you really want my honest opinion, I think SLS should be used until NASA has an alternative that is viable and working. Meaning, if Starship can deliver somebody from the surface of the Earth to the moon and return them, right? That's when you start being like, okay, do we really need this? Hey, as long as she did. All right, cool. Hi, Bree. But yeah, man, we'll do part 2 tomorrow. So Newglands has a launch license, Pad Deluge at Pad 2, and more things at LC-39A and more. We'll share those for space news tomorrow. Do not cancel an operational rocket based off of brochure claims of a new rocket. Exactly. That's right, Bill. Don't cancel it on a promise. Canceling stuff on a promise is how we got SLS, dudes. That's how we got this mess that we're in right now. Don't do that. Have a beer to lower that blood pressure. Hey, thanks, Drunar. Appreciate it for 5 Canadian, man. Might be a dangerous question to ask, but does Bree have a hot take on spaceflight? I think I know my wife pretty well, right? And if I know Bree, she would just defer to my opinion. Yeah, but Aqualex, saying that that system is going to change is not a solution. That's not a solution to this problem. Can you explain why, from a technical reason, it's better to do a single stage to moon instead of a rocket in orbit that goes from Earth orbit to moon orbit and back, rocket to get from Earth to ground and moon to ground? Who's doing a single stage to moon, Surat? Who's doing that? Cancel SLS, buy a long march. Yeah, we tried that in the 90s, Azanku, and then all of their guidance systems just somehow got better. Weird.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I always appreciate your personal perspective on engineering, especially space flight.
Hey,
Keep up the good work.
thanks, man. I'm trying, dudes. I'm just trying to be a good teacher. I have my opinions about things, but... Isn't the Artemis rocket from launch pad to the moon? No. No. Orion can't... No, absolutely not. The SLS rocket in the Block 1 configuration can put something near the moon. It can't put something on the moon. I meant like one rocket. Yeah, single launch. Surat, you're getting confused. You think that SLS can do what a Saturn V can do. If SLS could do what a Saturn V could do, we wouldn't have any of these problems. We'd be on the moon right now. But it doesn't. It gets you halfway there. Because the architecture was designed by making the rocket first and then figuring out what you want to do with it later. And in doing that, they forgot the lander. I'm not even kidding. That's the best way to describe it. They forgot the lander. Anyway, thank you, Oblivion Mod. I appreciate you. What do you think for the booster landing on New Glenn? Too successful or unsuccessful? It better land, New Glenn watching. That's all I'm saying. Blue better get their head out of their tail. If they lose another GS1, they got big problems. It's going to get difficult to scale without these boosters being reused. And another mishap will set them back a good while. That thing has to land. It has to land. Or else, yeah, you're looking at another 6 months of downtime. Where is this mystical propulsion that get to the moon in one stage direct? One launch? Yeah, one stage direct? I don't know, Spoil. I have no idea. Did you see the VAST video? It's insane how violent panel deploy is. That was the first thing we covered today, Goalie. It's super cool. Guys, here's the problem. The reason, everybody's like, oh, the lobbyists are arguing over whose architecture to work. The reason why that's happening is because there's no plan. If there was a plan, all these lobbyists would be fighting for us to get us the best contracting structure, get us the best architecture. But that's not happening. We don't really have a good plan. We don't have a plan to get to the surface of the moon. NASA doesn't have an end-to-end way to get to the surface of the moon without a commercial contract. That's a big problem. So that pits commercial against public, inadvertently, even though they're part of the same program. Why do you think we see people lobbying against SpaceX? Why do you think we see people calling them out? That's a problem, man. We need a better architecture. That New Glenn launch should be in about a week or two, right? It's targeting the end of this week, Nervous, but I'm thinking probably next week. Blue will probably run into some something. It's just par for the course for a rocket that's teething, dude. Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. Economics of it aside, would it be technically better to have a Saturn V or have 3 different things? Stuart Rat, this is me personally. Guys, I think a very good argument could be made that Saturn V could give you pretty damn good... Saturn V with a LEM and a CSM could give you pretty damn good sustainable lunar exploration. I think I could make a very good argument for that. Yeah. I think a Saturn V could build a gateway. It could build a gateway better than SLS could. A Saturn V could land people down on the surface. A Saturn V could use rectilinear halo orbit. Everything would be, that's all good. Saturn V could build space stations. Better than Artemis ever could. And once again, we already footed the development bill for the Saturn V. We just kept flying the Saturn V, we could have gotten the operational cost to nothing. At least we're getting a day launch for New Glenn. I'm with you, New Glenn, for sure. Earlier, I think you said using Starlink for orbital data centers was genius. Can you explain how? I'm getting a little tired, not a cat. It could potentially be a way to get at data faster. And decentralizing your data, like basically using it for cloud storage, could be super useful. It could be super useful because, you know, look at what happened the other day when when Amazon Web Services went down. You wouldn't have that if your data network was spread over a Starlink constellation. There's not one data center, or 2 data centers, or 3 data centers that, you know, to have problems. The bigger problem for Blue is those engines. We already ran that playbook. It got canceled. Yeah. I don't know, Obsessive. I don't know why it timed you, dude. Sorry about that. You should ask DOS to let you interview someone for NSF. Yeah, maybe. EJ, will you support the cancellation of SLS after Artemis? I wouldn't support cancellation of any hardware unless we had something better. That is not something you measure or factor into on a time scale. When it happens, it happens. Yeah, I'm sick of promises in the space program. We promised this. We're probably going to get to the moon here. We're probably going to get to Mars and this. That's bullcrap. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. I'm sick of just make it happen. Stop talking about it. Please do it. Anything to do? He said BF6. Yeah, I was going to play some Battlefield for After Hours if you guys don't mind. So, for the vast majority of you, I'll see you tomorrow. For the other one, get ready for EJ to curse up a storm. That's going to be fun. The over-consolidation of the internet is another thing that's bothering me. It's supposed to be a broad network of nodes, resilient to the loss of any OE node, not this tree topology everything's turned into. Yep. I don't get why people ride so hard on Blue. I've seen what they're doing and what they have ready. They are not hurt on anything. I don't have any problems with Blue, Goalie. My thing about Blue Origin is that they seem to have a very rigid testing regime, step by step, ferociously. That doesn't leave much for elaboration and change. At least apparently on the outside. I don't know. I mean, I know some people that work there, but you know, I don't go picking their brains about how their corporate structure is. You know what I mean? Like, I want Blue to succeed. I want them to do everything that they're saying. I want Blue Ring to work. I want Blue Moon to work. I want Mark 1 to work. I want Mark 2 to work. Their transfer tug is hot, man. That thing is great. Super great architecture. I really, really like that. I just want them to run the course. What I don't want them to do is speed up. I don't want them to speed up. I want them to cook with these lander designs. I want them to slow cook these things and get them dialed. Just like what they did with New Shepard. Just like what they're doing with New Glenn over time. Just get it dialed. Get the dang thing dialed in, man. Because that's good architecture. But it's going to take time. It's going to take time to do it. Blackness, yep. I don't know what that means, Sig. So basically, Nugans needs to catch up or delay. No, they just need to... Blue needs to just sit there and listen to their own motto, step by step, ferociously. They shouldn't promise much. They should just go by their motto and get the dang thing working. You have an insane amount of runway. Your investors, primary stakeholder investors, have very deep pockets. Just cook, baby. Cook. Let SpaceX go out there and fail fast. That's fine. Blue will sit there and cook. And that's fine. I don't think of it like that. I don't think of them being at odds with each other. SpaceX is flash frying stuff. Blue Origin is slow cooking. Now, do I like my flash fried foods? French fries, mozzarella sticks? Hell yeah. But am I going to get in on that sweet and savory pulled pork that's been cooking in a slow cooker for 8 hours? Hell yeah, I'm going to get in on that, dude. In fact, you have your pulled pork with some French fries, right? You can't lose. Can't lose. They're just cooking in two different ways, dudes. That's all. Hold the spit. That look like spit to you? Yeah, I know about that thing, Hellfish. There's an Electron launch later this week. The Nation God Navigates on Wednesday at 2:45 p.m. I want port. See what I'm saying, guys? It's two parts of a 3-course meal, and when it comes together, damn, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be delicious. If you French fry when you should have pizza, you're gonna have a bad time. Why did ACES never happen? ULA didn't see it as a profitable venture. I would still argue that they're correct. Wait, what was the third part? SLS, baby? SLS and Orion? If we, get that thing whipped back into shape, right? Coupled with SpaceX, with what SpaceX and Blue are doing, oh man, we are going to have a really nice space program.
The Eagle has landed.
The first French fry wasn't cooking in France. It was cooked in Greece.
So does that make SLS Orion beef jerky? Yes. You just gotta let Blue do their thing, let SpaceX do their thing. They're two parts of a bigger meal that we're gonna all hopefully get to eat and enjoy. Now, like I said, SLS and Orion ain't without its flaws, but whatever. We'll continue part 2 of reading the rest of that tomorrow, dudes. Yeah, I want to read the rest of it. I'm very interested in what Casey has to say about the technical aspects of Orion. To the pungent! Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed that space news. That was an awesome blog post. Casey, if you're out there and you see this, dude, I may disagree about some things, but I do really appreciate reading it, man. It's a pretty good blog. I like it. Pretty good write-up, dude. And I can tell that this means a lot. Game recognized game, man. He cares a lot about this. I agree. I do too. We all do. So it's good stuff. Cool article to read. Cool article to go through and analyze. I want to play Battlefield. Can we make sure to give other topics time too? Like the first hour of Space News Outdoorsman, where I talked about everything but this? What do you mean, can we make sure? I spent about half of Space News actually doing this. You gotta watch the whole thing, man. For the Republic. Ooh, wait, wrong game. All right, guys, I'm going to jog the VOD on YouTube. Stand by for a momentary loss of signal. On Twitch, don't go anywhere. We'll fire up Battlefield in probably about, I don't know, minute loss of signal. I'll be right back, and then we will go shoot it up. Be back in a moment.